to announce there is a quorum, and the State Board is ready to convene. And our first order of business is the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So now, as our second item, we're ready for the report from the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Good year to everybody. We're off and going. It's going to be a great year. The news has been positive over the last few weeks as we've looked at a budget that's ample and well targeted for our schools. There's great support for the pay down of the deferrals at $5.5 billion. There's hope we can get some more money for the block grant for the implementation of the Common Core. The monies from last year that the legislature allocated, $1.25 billion, have gone out the door, and districts are planning the spending of that money. Many districts have already spent that money on the technology for smarter balance, on the professional development for the Common Core. So there's a lot of good news, a lot of hope, and a lot of optimism out there. Our department has put forward the money. It's out, the $1.25 billion to the districts. And we're also in the process of putting out the Prop 39 money, which, as you know, is really going to do a lot of help to do energy efficiency projects, which will save dollars, which can go to the classroom, to curriculum, to professional development. So that is a very positive point of progress. And then we've had the STEM symposium that went so well. We had 2,000 educators there, a lot of enthusiasm by students, by teachers, by administrators, and a call for another symposium, a renaissance of STEM education in California. And so that was a point of progress as we wound up last year. We have a big agenda, of course, in the next 2 days, and so I'm looking forward to participating with you as we look at the accountability formulas and the other parts of our efforts in that regard. So Happy New Year. We're off and at 'em.
All right. Thank you. I have some announcements. First of all, I'm pleased to announce that Brooks Allen, could you stand up, Brooks, has been joined the State Board of Education as Deputy Policy Director and Assistant Legal Counsel. He started in December of 2013. Prior to this, he worked at the ACLU of Southern California as Director of Education Advocacy and at the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay, and Deputy City Attorney in Santa Cruz, California. He was also an assistant manager of the Stanford basketball team, which may be his biggest thing he's done. Right. Okay. I'm also pleased to announce that board members Sue Burr and Nikki Sandoval and Eileen Strauss were confirmed by the Senate unanimously earlier this week. Please join me in congratulating them. There are 2 public hearings on our agenda. Item 3, the mathematics adoption of instructional materials, and item 13, the Ingenium Charter School. I hope I had that right. Local control items 20 and 21 will be heard on Thursday. We have a very specific plan for how to handle the expected large crowd. So additional seating with TV monitors is available in rooms located around the corner past the elevators, room 1103, 1108, and 1801. Will be available for people. In addition, we have additional seating and a TV monitor available in the main lobby of the building. There is 1 sign-up sheet for public testimony on LCFF. And you're signing up for sign-up sheets for all items, including 1 for the 2 LCFF items. 20 and 21 are accessible to the public in the lobby outside the boardroom today and tomorrow. There is a separate sign-up binder for the LCFF items. Speakers should indicate if their comments are specific to the emergency or permanent regulations as appropriate. LCFF testimony will be limited to 1 minute each because of the large crowd. A group of 5 speakers may sign up together and designate 1 speaker who will be allocated a time of 3 minutes for the group. A group of 10 speakers may sign up together and designate one speaker who will be allocated a total of 5 minutes for the group. There will be interpretive services, and headsets will be available for use for these items in the building lobby just outside the boardroom. The following items have an addenda, which are the economic and fiscal impact statements for items 5, 6, 20, and 21. Also I'm going to announce the consent calendar on our board items and our waiver consent items. There's a handout on the table listing the proposed consent items 14 through 19, for the public to react to. We also have proposed waiver consent items that include W1 through W15 for the public to inspect. Any member wishing to remove item from the proposed consent calendars, any member of the board, should notify our executive director, Karen Staff Walters, by noon today. We will take up the waiver consent and regular consent calendars this afternoon. So now I have my usual housekeeping announcements. Announce to board members that letters are in your electronic correspondence folder sent to you earlier this week. There is a fully electronic agenda, one print copy in the lobby. Speakers, and for the audience, I want to remind them that speakers should sign in the table just outside the room. Binders are on the table with separate pages for each item number. Item 22 is our general public comment item, during which members of the public may address the board regarding issues that are not specifically listed on the agenda. Because of tomorrow's expected large crowd, we will take public comment at the end of today, and if necessary, tomorrow as well. This is a public comment on items that are not listed on the board agenda for this meeting. If anybody has information for the board members, please give it to Beth Rice, who's at the front table here, with the item number that it pertains to clearly indicated. All speakers, please introduce yourself and identify who you represent. Brevity will be appreciated, and we would hope to hold down repeat comments that have already been made. Microphones need to be on, and if you need to recuse yourself as a board member, please do so before any discussion of the item begins. Okay, so I have completed all the announcements, and we're ready for item 1, which are state board projects and priorities. We have 2 things to approve here. One is our action and minutes for November 6th, 7th meeting, 213, and the other is some appointments that are recommended by the screening committee. So why don't we begin on those items, and then we can have an update from members about activities that they have engaged in that they want to tell other board members about. So do I have a motion to approve the minutes for November 6, 7, 213? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the motion to approve the minutes? Hearing none. Any further board discussion? If not, all those raise your hands. Okay. Secondly, I need a motion to approve the SBE Screening Committee recommendations for appointments to the Instructional Quality Commission, the Child Nutrition Advisory Council, the Advisory Committee on Special Education, and the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. All of these are specified in Attachment 2. Maybe Board Member Burr, who's chair of the screening committee, would like to say something about these appointments, and then we'll be ready for a motion and discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. You do have an updated item I would just call to your attention that was posted yesterday, and it's a blue copy in your inbox. And it basically, the change is the revision of the terms for the members of the IQC and for the IQC and the advisory commission on charter schools. We had posted them incorrectly in our original document. First, I'd just say the screening committee has been very busy since November when we made our recommendation about our student member for next year. We also, but we felt like for most of our advisory committees, we had very competent individuals, and we conducted some screening and open application, but in many circumstances, we reappointed folks who are currently on their committees. That's true of the 3 individuals on the IQC. With respect to the new appointment, Mr. Foster, we did a very extensive screening because we felt like we needed additional science representation, especially with the work in front of us on the next generation science standards. And we had 140 applications, which I think demonstrates how interested our instructional leaders are out in the field. So it was kind of a tough, a little bit of a tough selection because there was such fantastic expertise to choose from. So we look forward to having Mr. Foster join the IQC. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I would move that we adopt the recommendations of the screening committee.
I second it.
Is there any public comment on these appointments for the screening committee? Seeing none, I guess we're ready for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. Thank you. That's approved. So now we're ready for board member comments on their activities. And let me start with Carl, Board Member Cohn, who is the co-chair of the Task Force on Special Education, and he can talk about the activities there, which have, really come off the ground, and it's quite a extensive, important group.
The task force, as folks may know, is funded by grants from Charles Schwab, Stewart Packard, and the Cabsinell Foundations. And the idea is to bring together parents, teachers, school and district administrators, university representatives, members of the policy community, and other stakeholder groups to take a look at California's complex system for serving students with disabilities and to forward recommendations designed to reform the system and improve student outcomes to the CTC, the California Department of Education, the legislature, and the state board. We met for the first time down at the San Mateo County Office of Ed, began by discussing the overarching questions to guide this work, the first being what should be the state's vision or mission for students with disabilities. We had what I thought was a very good first meeting. There will be numerous opportunities for public input to this task force. And our next meeting is scheduled for March 17 down in Riverside at the California School for the Deaf. Just remember that this task force is supported by private funding and as such is not a government agency or a government operation. We expect our work to be completed by the end of November 2014. Questions, comments?
Any board member questions or comments about this?
We also had a meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education last week, and just like to report that they voted unanimously to request that Assemblywoman Bonilla author technical cleanup language to AB 484 relating specifically to the CAPA assessment for students with significant cognitive disabilities. This is a long-standing concern of the ACSE. They feel strongly that the AB 484 provision requiring continued administration The CAPA has created a barrier to district participation in the NCSE consortium pilot tests, and they're concerned about the potential for double testing. They're also concerned that the CAPA is not aligned to the Common Core state standards. Once that letter is available, we'll make copies for everyone. That's all I have to report.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that the task force has quite seasoned leadership in all ways. Our executive director, we have co-executive directors and then co-chairs. The
Right.
co-chairs are Carl, who's worked on many aspects of this, and the other is Fred Weintraub, who is a really major figure in special education, headed the Council for Exceptional Children for many years, is now the LA Court Monitor on Special Education. That is a position Board Member Cohn also held at one point. So in our executive directors, we have co-executive directors. Vicki Barber is the former county superintendent in El Dorado County, and Maureen Burness is the former a member of the advisory council on special education and a longtime special education administrator and teacher in the Sacramento area, has experience with SELPA and so on. We have bios for the members of the task force, and board members and the public may be interested in accessing those. Can we get those? We should have those on our website. I think we just completed the bios, and we'll put them on the SBE website of the members in that regard. So we're off and running, and now I'm ready for other board member comments about their activities. Board Member Sandoval.
Good morning. I met with the Child Nutrition Advisory Council on December 9th, and what we talked about was proposed federal regulations that would eliminate free and reduced priced meal applications through a community eligibility provision. And this provision would allow schools with an identified student percentage of 40% or more to not collect meal applications. And as part of this provision, these schools are required to serve breakfast and lunch to all students. So that was one of the key things that we talked about at our December meeting.
Okay. Board Member Williams.
In December, I attended a meeting hosted by Achieve, the national nonprofit organization in Washington, D.C. I was invited to be on a panel. The focus of the meeting, it was for state leaders and teams around the country. There were probably, I want to say, 25 to 30 different states represented there. And they were talking about Common Core state standards and how different states were doing in their implementation. Where they were in the status of it, what their concerns were, and also just the very beginning discussion of next generation science standards, which was one of the reasons I was invited, because California had recently adopted, and they were wanting more attention at this meeting to go to talking about next generation science standards, in part, of course, so that they hope more states that are considering it right now will take action on it soon. And it was very, very interesting to be there, in part because almost all the states that were there were focused on all the problems they're having. And it was either we don't have enough money, or we have less money than we thought we'd had, or our superintendent position has changed. Just what we thought we had support there and then don't have support, or the board membership has changed, or the field is nervous, or any number of things. And I found myself in a position of saying, we're not so much here in California. It was an unusual position after decades of California not looking like it had its act together on education. And to be able to say our superintendent and our state board president and our governor work together really well, and we're really pretty productive and prolific right now on policy issues. So that was a really good feeling for me to have at that meeting. And I did talk to quite a few other states about NGSS and our adoption and how we did it, and some things that we're thinking about doing going forward.
Okay, I think it's fair to say our aspirations are, between the board and the department, is to be the national leader in implementing the next generation science standards. So look for more activities in this front in the future. We're going to be aggressive and proactive and see what we can do to move this along as quickly as possible. Other board member reports. Board Member Strauss.
So I attended the PSA Advisory Committee, which continues to meet every other month, to look at issues of accountability and particularly the measure of college and career readiness. And really, it's a credit to the department that they continue to bring us lots of calculations to consider and lots of research. I would say the February meeting is really going to be exciting. We're going to be looking at some research around math progressions in high school and Casey and some correlations. And we're also going to hear some college and career readiness indicators from David Connolly's research. So just if you like to watch these things, it's really going to be, I think, engaging. But the one in December was a lot of work trying to look at the issue of calculating a high school API. We had all these different options and actually recommended not to calculate a high school API this year because of a variety of issues. We actually had 4 different options, including alternative graduation data. And in the end, all the 4 different issues that the PSA took up, we made no recommendation for no action at this time because we're in such transition in testing right now, and we're also in transition on looking at indicators. So I think the committee continues to work really hard, and the Department of Ed provides them lots of information and research to consider. Very thoughtful, but they want to be thoughtful if we're going to take any action. So that was actually quite an engaging conversation. And I also attended one of the Pathways to Prosperity sessions, and I think you were, well, actually, Tom Trolix and I were at actually the same one in Los Angeles on the 19th, and there were 3 around the state, really looking at career technical ed and issues of internship and what pathways ought to look like, and some grant opportunities for districts. It was standing room only and a waiting list to get in. It was just very much an interest at the high school level, so I think around the state people are looking at alternatives at the high school level, and it was very, the panels that talked and the opportunities we heard, there were some breakout sessions, was really quite engaging. You might want to, I don't know if you want to make any other comments about it. But
I think you covered it well. Thanks, Eileen. What I would also report is the department on the career technical education side has worked to produce the grant guidelines, and they'll be issued later this month or in early February, so schools will have a chance to start partnering up with business in their regions, looking at opportunities for those kind of worksite learning experiences, and teaming up with their cities and nonprofits in their community to create these career pathways. So it's a very exciting time.
Well, and I think it really summarizes and connects to some of the work at PSAA and all of us talking about what are other indicators and what college and career readiness look like, what is career preparation. So I think it's an exciting time, but there's a lot of moving parts and districts want a lot of information. So the Department of Ed has actually made it available to access on live streaming and other videos so that those who were not able to attend could get that information. Thank you.
Okay, Member Burr.
I've spent a lot of time on the local control funding formula, which you'll hear about a lot tomorrow, so we won't talk about that, but in meeting with staff and stakeholders. But I just want to mention 2 other items at the request of President Kirst. I participated in a session in December that was sponsored by the National Association of State Boards of Education, where they brought together 3 or 4 other states, and I think Nancy Brownell will talk about this during the Common Core update, but they were also very interested in what California is doing around Common Core and LCFF, so that was an interesting session. And then in December, I know many of you were also at CSBA, the California School Boards Association meeting, doing presentations, but I participated with Janelle Kubinek and Christine Swenson from the department on a session that was very well attended about the local control funding formula.
Okay, Board Member Molina.
Attended the IQC meeting in November 22nd, I think it was, Board Member Rucker and myself. It was very exciting times. The ELA-ELD framework came forward, and we will be talking about that as well. It is now out for public comment. I just want to thank CDE, West Ed and the committee and Dr. Honig. I mean, they just did an amazing job, and it's been quite intensive, but it's a very exciting time for us that we actually managed to get this framework out. So kudos to everyone and the hard work. We should be hearing more about that item today as well.
Okay, I accepted the Lifetime Achievement Award of the California Education Research Association in December in Anaheim, California, and you get to put on a session there that you call. And what I did was to try and organize, and I'm continuing to try and organize researchers to look at the implementation of the Common Core. And how are we going to find out what's really going on out there? It's such a vast state and so on. And so I've been talking with the Education Researcher Association, the doctoral programs at California State University about their doctoral students, the University of California, and other private universities to form some kind of consortium to do on-the-ground research as to how it's playing out, called implementation research or development research or whatever. So I'm hoping we can get a number of students and scholars mobilized to look at this and give us some feedback. Any other board member comments on item 1? If not, we're ready for item 2 then, which is the update on the Common Core state standard systems. And Department Barbara Murchison will present, and along with others.
Good morning, President Kirsch, Superintendent Torlakson, board members. This is the 16th in a series of regular updates to inform you of Common Core related implementation activities. We recommend that you take action as necessary and appropriate, but recommend no specific action at this time. I'm sorry, I'm Barbara Murchison, representing the department's Common Core Integrated Action Team. So I'll spend a few minutes this morning reviewing the material in Attachment 1, and then Nancy Brownell will come up and present the information in Attachment 2. This morning we have some additional speakers talking about additional material. We've also provided Attachment 3, a short summary of the CDE's Professional Learning Modules for Educators project. At the last meeting, President Kirst requested more information about who was accessing the modules, how many folks were actually using them. So we've compiled kind of a summary of that project to pull it all together. We're nearing the end of it. Carrie Roberts from the Professional Learning and Support Division is the administrator who's been overseeing the development of those modules, so she'll come up and talk about those for a few moments. And then following Carrie's presentation, Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division Director Tom Adams and Instructional Quality Commission Chair Bill Honig will come up and give you an update on the progress of the English Language Arts, English Language Development Curriculum Framework. So, onward. Attachment 1 of the item references 2 other items. The Instructional Quality Commission's recommendations for the 2014 Mathematics Adoption of Instructional Materials will be presented in item 3. And then an update regarding statewide assessment transition activities, including assessment, accountability, technology, and data management, will be provided in item 4. 3 new professional learning modules are now available since the last time I've seen you. Content literacy and history social studies for grade 6 through grade 12. Getting started with the California English Language Development Standards. There are actually 2 modules been developed on the English Language Development Standards. The first one is now available. We anticipate that the second one will be available at the end of the month, beginning of February. And the multi-tiered system of supports module. It's a comprehensive framework for implementing the California Common Core state standards. Those 3 modules bring our total now available to folks up to 12 modules available on the Brokers of Expertise website, and we're going to hear more about those when Carrie comes up. The item also references California's participation in several Common Core related meetings. First, we did have the first Improving Student Learning at Scale meeting in Los Angeles on November 18th and 19th. You'll recall we received a small grant from the National Governors Association to bring representatives from all of the higher education segments together with K-12 to identify areas for further collaboration and alignment in implementing the Common Core state standards as a state. We had representatives from the Intersegmental Coordinating Committee, the Association for California Independent Colleges and Universities, California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office, University of California Office of the President, the California State University System, the State Board of Education, and CDE all got to sit together and really just had some great talks about where we were in aligning post-secondary to K-12 and identifying things that we had yet to work on. So, very productive meeting. CDE staff also participated in a joint meeting. As you know, we are members in the Implementing Common Core State Standards group facilitated by the Council of Chief State School Officers. This meeting was a joint meeting with the State Consortium on Educator Effectiveness. A number of states were represented in Florida in early December, and the meeting was focused on supporting administrators to support teachers as they implement Common Core in their classrooms. And then finally, in December, and Member Strauss already talked about this, in collaboration with the California Community College Chancellor's Office, the California Workforce Investment Board, and the Pathways to Prosperity Network, we hosted 3 Pathways to Prosperity institutes here in Sacramento, in Clovis, and in Los Angeles. And the institutes were designed to bring together education leaders and business leaders to talk about career pathways and programs that could integrate academic and career-based learning. And about 500 folks were able to attend. Again, the standing room only, you've heard about that, but the institutes were also webcast for folks who couldn't get into the door. One thing that's not here, and I'll expand upon it, and we'll expand upon it in our next in a series in March. We did secure grant funding working in collaboration with the California Teachers Association and the and West Ed to put on a number of professional learning events around Common Core across the state for teachers. We had the first one in January. It was part of the Good Teaching Conference. It was the pre-Good Teaching Conference. About 200 folks attended and were able to participate in 18 different workshops to go a little deeper into Common Core implementation. Very well received. We have one per month, every month coming up between now and May, and there's the opportunity to continue this, apply for more grant funding. So it's just another way that the department is engaging with our implementation partners in getting information to teachers who are in classrooms working with us. So there'll be more on that project in the next item. I will now ask Nancy Brownell to come up and talk more about our outreach.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you on this lovely fall day, I guess, winter day, whatever it is we're having in the weather department. As you noticed from the identified activities that Barb mentioned, the depth, I think, of what is happening out in districts and schools as we travel around through both the organizational efforts and connecting with other agencies as well as listening to teachers. Bill Honig and I were talking briefly before the meeting. The blush is off in some ways in terms of listening to teachers and the real efforts, a lot of good feelings about what's happening, but really the complexities of different pedagogical instructional priorities, really trying to think about how do we engage students with more complex text given their issues around perhaps some struggling readers. What about the math standards? The level of conversations that we're hearing, I think, is indicative of the fact that we are in the midst of implementation. And what that means is sort of different than getting acquainted with the standards in general, thinking about the expectations for assessment. I happen to be in Garberville, lovely Garberville, Humboldt County, Ben Bowen with the Region 1 leadership team in mathematics from those 5 North Coast counties, Del Norte, Humboldt, Mendocino Lake, and Sonoma. And they had received a CPEC grant through the department that they've been working on around trying to really deeply delve into building teacher leadership in mathematics and listening to those teachers talk about the sort of re-engagement task, trying to think about how do you do some mental math, in addition to really working with the standards, was very enlightening. This is a K-12 group, a small group of teachers who have responsibility then for working with their county offices and their districts. But it reminded me of the conversations that I think all of us are hearing from around the state. As Sue mentioned, Patricia DeCoste and Sue and I did participate in the National State School Boards event for the Western states. It was Arizona and Washington and Guam and Colorado. And we obviously were asked to share a little bit about what was happening in California as the meeting was here, but we were also interested to hear some of these states that are still grappling with some of the policy issues that, frankly, I think the efforts in our state continue to remind us that there's really a lot of effort underway, that the locals are making a lot of good decisions. The expectations for the need for resources is still there, but some of them who are also trying to build a teacher evaluation system are really struggling. And Barbara Murchison and I, when we attend other state events with other states, we tend to listen, but people say, well, what's happening in California? And it's sort of like, well, not that. So it's been both strengthening, I think, to the direction we are heading in our own state, and the degree to which administrators also are now trying to really think about how do they coach their teachers in this much deeper way. So as we've traveled around the state, as we've participated with the organizations in November and December, schools and districts did have a lot of interaction with some of us, but partnering with some of the other agencies, CSBA, Title III Accountability Conference was attended by about 800 teachers in the Bay Area, and this connection between Common Core, new assessments, local funding really is emerging, I think, as an interesting weaving of ideas that people are getting, that all of these really are connected together. So I'm going to be introducing Carrie, who's going to talk about the professional learning modules, Carrie Roberts from that division, as, again, another immediate resource for people. But there, as you see, lots of activities and events on the depths of implementation happening now.
Thank you, Nancy. Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlickson, and board members. I'm Carrie Roberts. I'm from the Literacy, History, and Arts Leadership Office. I'm representing Phil LaFontaine today from the Professional Support Learning Division. We're getting very close to the end of developing the professional learning modules, which are really going to help teachers implement the Common Core state standards. And it's truly been a labor of love for my office. I say that, a labor of love, as well as many other divisions here at the CDE. The developers at the county offices, the subject matter projects, West Ed, and of course our staff at Brokers of Expertise, Melissa Pedigo and Steve Klein, have been dedicated partners in this project. The modules are available online, and best of all, they are free to anyone. They can be accessed independently, but really, we're hoping that the modules will be used with small groups of teachers engaging in discussions about instructional practice based on possibly one or more of the components that are in the modules. For instance, the teacher videos or the researcher videos or a lot of the other information that are available in them. And those discussions would really be the most effective way, as we know, for teachers to learn about Common Core and the teaching strategies that align with the Common Core state standards. When I'm talking with teachers in the field, I often hear that there is too much information on the Common Core out there to review and figure out what would be the best for them to use. It's really overwhelming for them to try to sift through all the information that's available. Well, the expertise of those that developed the modules and the topics for each of the modules is really the most valuable resources for us to share with educators. So they've already done the hard work for the educators. And educators can be selective when using the modules. They do not have to go through every single unit and every single module. They can work on those units that meet the needs of their students and their teachers. Teachers are really their own best resource and do things every day that are truly amazing. Having them come together to work with a component in the module and then discuss their own teaching practices will help build the collaboration, the communication, the innovation, and the critical thinking that is really at the heart of Common Core. The final PLM, a deeper dive into the English language development standards that will be available, as we said, at the end of the month. I always cross my fingers. At the end of the month. This does not mean that our work is finished. My office and the developers are constantly reviewing the modules, updating links and information as necessary to keep the modules current. We're also working on a way for brokers to provide the information or additions and revisions to the field. The feedback from the field, some of which I have included in attachment 3 on page 4, has been positive. Our goal now is to get the word out to more of the teachers. Many of the developers are currently presenting the modules at conferences and through webinars. A good example is the CTA Good Teaching Conference that just happened in January. We had some developers present there, and more will be presenting at the following conferences. The CDE has also sponsored 4 webinars to introduce the modules and provide an overview on particular modules and how educators use them. More are scheduled in the next few months. You can see on page 3 of the attachment attachment number 3, the number of hits each module has had. And you'll notice that they start at about 16,000. That was the first module that came out, the overview. And those first 4 modules, 16,000, 11,000, 13,000, 12,000, were actually, that looks really great. They're actually higher by now because this information had to be to you by November. So they're a little bit higher now, and as it goes down, it's not that those ones aren't as popular. This isn't popularity. It's just that those ones were released later, and they haven't been out in the field or available to teachers to review or to participate in. Consultants from my office and I have also been presenting at many conferences, and I know some of you have been at those presentations because I've seen you there, and I appreciate your support on that. We've been providing information and examples for how to use the modules to better understand the Common Core state standards. I wanted to share with you a few comments from educators who are currently using the modules. These first comments are from some county offices. The first one says, sometimes, depending on the grade levels represented, experience level with Common Core, or a line of questioning, I use the overview module initial quiz to help me as a formative assessment about what to move through and at what pace to do so. And you might not know this, but there is a pre-assessment and a post-assessment for each module, and that's what she's referring to use as a sort of a formative assessment for teachers. The next comment, I start every session, we will do 7 by April, by getting every teacher to log in or create a BOE account. I spend the opening 30 to 40 minutes having them explore the module online as well as follow me in the presenter slides and online display. This is to show them that even after this workshop, they have ongoing access to their notes, reflections, etc., and the areas of the modules that we do not have time for. And one county office up north said, I have created a professional learning network page on Brokers of Expertise where I am hosting a threaded conversation and sharing resources that both participants and I share during the meetings and afterwards. And that really is going to make a difference for teachers. And I did look at her page, and it looks great. Teachers can put in questions, and she answers them, and it looks like she keeps up to date on them really well. I have 2 more comments from Sarah McFarland, who's from San Juan Unified School District. I used the modules with 200 teachers. I downloaded the facilitator guides and used the activities for the entire group over the past 6 months. They logged into the system on their own. Our teachers now have a solid understanding of the Common Core to better prepare students for success. Our teachers loved working together in professional learning communities using the training materials provided by the PLMs. They were meaningful activities that could immediately be applied to our students. I hope you all have time to look at the modules and to look at the great resources that are posted on myboe.org. I'm itching here to get online and share them with you right now, but unfortunately we don't have the time today, or you know that I would. But if you are in the area or would like me to give you a brief or more extended tour of the modules, I'd be happy to at any time. If you don't have any questions, I'm going to introduce Tom Adams and Bill Honig, who will talk about the ELD-ELA frameworks. Oh, you do.
First of all, I want to thank you, and you're absolutely right. Those modules are amazing and been very helpful. My question is, it takes some time to access the modules, and you have to know where to go, how to do it, download it. There's various clicks in the videos, and it's kind of not like all in one place where I say, okay, I want to look at text complexity. Let me push that button. So it takes some time. For teachers, and we're also creating kind of like a base so that we can simplify the process for teachers. What do you recommend? I mean, how many clicks is it taking? If a teacher truly wants to get on, it takes some time because you have to register and then you have to know where to go. Is there a way that we can simplify the process for teachers?
Well, a couple of things. There is a facilitator guide. If you're going to do a facilitated presentation for teachers, a group of teachers, you can certainly use the PowerPoint that's at the bottom of the welcome page on each module, and it walks you through everything. So, and all of the videos and everything is embedded into that PowerPoint, which makes it really easy for presentations. If it's an individual teacher going online, wanting to do some things, the best thing to do would probably be to look at the table of contents on the side and open every single unit. If you see a plus sign next to it, there are additional pages, and they are quite lengthy, I will say that. But the best thing to do is really just look, because you'll be surprised. You'll think, oh, I really don't need to know that. And when you click on the page, it's like, oh, I should have looked at that first. So it is a lot of material, and I would suggest that you not sit down in one session and try to finish it, but that you take chunks of it, maybe a unit at a time, and look at it in depth and have your teachers maybe look at it at home and then come together as your professional learning community or a group of peers to look at it together and then have your discussions.
Thank you.
Board Member Rucker.
No problem. Well, Carrie, thank you, first of all, for the work that your division has been doing on creating the professional development activities. I suppose it's a good thing we have gone from hearing complaints that there's not enough material to hearing concerns that there's so much that I don't know what to look at. But I do want to mirror the same concern that Board Member Molina raised. Teachers do have concerns about how to find the material on the CDE website. Yeah, I'm sure that we like knowing that our website is a gold mine, but I don't think our members should have to do that much digging to find the information they want. A lot of the folks who attended the Good Teaching Conference were very excited about the sessions and the breakouts that were offered by the department. And in an effort to go back to their districts and as a part of the model of good professional development, to take that material back and to figure out ways to share and create as a norm a way of bringing back that material. It is really hard at the sites to find and open that material up and figure out a way to share it. So I would encourage the department to look at how it's being delivered through the department's website at this point, and if there are some better efficiencies that could be created on the way it's displayed or highlighted on the website to make it both easier to find, but also easier to consume when you don't have the benefit of having the experts who created the material, who know how to navigate through the material to use it. But the material, you're absolutely right, is absolutely fantastic. Every single teacher I've spoken with in each district that I have visited where they've begun using it are very excited about the content and how useful it is. But it is really difficult for them to find it and to consume it when they're in their districts.
And I will say one thing, I actually moved the professional learning module. There is a link right on our professional learning page, and we did change it from professional development to professional learning. So if you go on the page in the first column, the link is right there. And if you go to myboe.org, it's there. But I do understand it has been a challenge as far as how it's laid out in brokers. I agree 100%. And we are continuing to look at that and figure out ways that we can make it better. The latest module, which is the one for English language development, you might want to look at that one right away if you haven't, because it's laid out a little bit differently, and I think you'll really like it. If you haven't had a chance to look at that, really look at it. They actually looked at all the other modules and made some decisions on how they would lay it out based on what the other modules were like and ways to improve it. So I think each module has gotten better as we've learned, but we continue to revise and try to make it easier for teachers. Thank you.
Board member, we're very cognizant of your issues, and we actually have, we're in the process of securing a grant to help us very specifically rebuild the broker's site to bring it up to date. It was state of the art 8 years ago when we created it, and we need to put our resources for doing that in-house are limited. We're also looking at having a person inside the department very specifically dedicated to bringing this into we have great material there, but you're right, it is very hard to access, and one of the goals is to make that really easy. This will probably take us a little while. We are going to probably farm out that work to expedite it. And the foundation, CDE Foundation, is going to be helping with that effort. So.
Oh, I'm very grateful to know that. I'm visiting a couple of districts over the next couple of weeks to make some presentations about that. And so this is something that I can explain and say, this is a promise that's been offered by the department?
Oh, yes, you can. We're very cognizant of this. It's just these turn out to be the things that are really difficult for state bureaucracies to come in and argue that we have to have a new and modern and updated and expensive to produce kind of system. So we're working on it.
Well, again, I need to congratulate you and make sure I'm very clear that I'm glad to see the state is taking on this very important task. You know, people always say in a bureaucracy they're very good at the big ideas, but not at the nuance of implementation. This is probably the most important model for implementation and guidance that the state can offer, not so that it's the only source, but that it's a good source of how this can work and what some of the norms and standards for good professional learning can look like. So I'm very glad to know you all are trying to take a look at updating your state-of-the-art delivery system.
We completely agree. The last couple of years have been really good for big ideas, and now we need to spend our time concentrating on how we get those things done. You're absolutely right about that.
Now I can. Thank you. Tom Adams, Director of Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division and Executive Director for the Instructional Quality Commission. First, I just want to thank you for putting this before items 20 and 21. Although I do prefer to actually present before a sold-out house, but I'm just going to give you a few discussions, a few notes about the framework, and then I will let Chair Honig explain some of the major content challenges that we've been facing and overcoming. Just wanted to say, right now the framework is out for review. It will be the public comment form and the survey will be up till February 13th, right before Valentine's Day. So we can hopefully people will show us the love before Valentine's Day. The IQC will then take that information and help craft another iteration of the framework, although we don't expect major content changes. We expect more refinements with it actually taking action then March 28th. And then the framework will be out for 60 days for another public review comment, and then it will be presented to you, the State Board, in July of 2014. So here to talk about the framework and some of the major content challenges of it is the Chair, Bill Honig.
Thank you, President Kurst, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the State Board, and the Executive Director. Everybody leaves you out for some reason. You're an important cog in this whole thing. Thank you for the reappointment. I appreciate it. And first of all, I'd like to thank the 3 board members who have really helped out the process tremendously. Board Member Rucker and Board Member Molina and Board Member Strauss attended. One of them or 2 of them were there. Sometimes 3 of them were there. This could have been potentially a difficult situation. We were trying to integrate ELA ideas and ELD standards together, potentially controversial, and it turned out to be broadly supported what the Framework Committee came up with, and the board members really helped out in that process. What I'd like to do is tell you just a little bit about the framework. As Tom mentioned, the framework is, you can read it, you can get it online, and if you need a copy, they will send it to you. But if you just have the time to read the first 3 chapters, that would be helpful in setting what it's all about and how it got integrated, and kind of the major ideas are there, and they're not too long. And you can also, if you have an interest in a particular grade level, high school, middle grade, or so forth, then you can read that chapter. And then there's some of the additional chapters, obviously, they're important. So the Framework Committee has done its job, and as Tom said, they presented it to the IQC, and we made some changes. I'll mention a couple of them, but for the most part, accepted the work as well done. What is exciting to me is that we were able to use the framework that the ELD people had come up with, and the framework that the standards, the Common Core standards, and integrate them. So the first major point, and this is, I think, a crucial point. Some people tend to read the standards as very analytical, instrumental. It's just all we're talking about is how do you analyze a piece of work, what's the author's point of view. Those are all important. But as important is what kids read during their school careers. So the content of what they are reading should be attended to, and both for career and college preparation, but also for citizenship, for reaching potential, for being part of the culture. Those broader liberal arts ideas are important. And we put that right at the start in the introduction, just to make sure that it's clear that this is an important issue, and not to get lost in the details, but keep your eye on the broader picture. And you'll see that, I hope, to your satisfaction. Secondly, we tried to use 5 major organizational points that come right out of the ELD work and are inherent in the Common Core standards. The first one is meaning making. So how to help youngsters draw inferences from work. Now, you've heard the presentation before the board when Sue Pimentel was out here about rigor and focus and making an argument, and all those are there. But these bigger categories are a way to organize the information so it makes it more accessible. So meaning making is number 1. Number 2 is a crucial one with the youngsters in our state, language. And that's everything from vocabulary to academic language to syntax, the structure of text, all those issues that hold kids back from from understanding what they're reading. We have to pay a lot more attention to. So that was very clear as a major category. The third one is written expression, oral expression, the ability, not just reading, but also making presentations and so forth. That was thought to be a good organizing principle. The fourth one is content. The national standards, the Common Core standards, are very clear that the connection with history, social science, with arts and humanities are crucial. And we'd like to encourage collaboration in high schools, for example, to try and talk about ways of approaching this jointly. My own personal opinion, I think every high school student should read the double helix if you really want to understand what science, how it's done, and things like that. Or if you're doing the Civil War, there's a lot of good literature that supports that. So this is all about that part of it. And finally, and as important as anything, probably as crucial at the start, are foundation skills. And the IQC was very strong on this. We want an organized, systematic way of developing those among all youngsters, the ability to decode, the ability to break up a word, syllabication, fluency, morphemic analysis, all these kinds of things are crucial if the youngster's going to have a shot at understanding what he or she is reading. So those are the 5 big areas, and then all the standards are put under those. And I think this is a unique way of organizing the information. The upshot of both the IQC work, the Framework Committee's work, and then the IQC was a unanimous support for the draft that went out. And there were a couple of points that were discussed. One was the framework committee recommended time allocations for English language arts, and there was a fear among many of the people that testified there, like Californians Together and others, that would preclude or narrow the curriculum, and you squeeze out history, social science, and science, which has been a problem. So we would much rather leave it to the local districts in keeping with the philosophy. Now, we did put in a recommendation that you devote sufficient time to English language arts and the content, the collaboration of the content areas to get the job done, and that we encourage the collaboration among the different groups. So that was, I think we came up with a good compromise there, and that's in the draft. We'll see what people say about it. The second area is we thought we needed to make more of emphasize more why literature is important. So there's an appendix being drafted. It's not out for review. It will come back and then go out for review. And Carol Jago, who is the ex-president of the National Council of Teachers of English, good friend of board member, she's drafted it for us, and it talks about the importance of literature, what you do about complex text with different levels of performance, which is an issue. How do you get into that? There was a strong feeling both by Board Member Rucker and the members of the IQC about avoiding a California list. Here's the books you have to read. But instead, here's some places to go that have these kinds of materials. And Carol came up with about 20 of them. The department has a good list like that. Some of the counties do. So we'll point them in that direction as another guide to information. So those I think were most of the only really discussions that we had. There were some minor changes, but nothing really earth-shaking. So I think in summary, I'm very proud of the process because I think we did this integration, which was always going to be problematical. It has broad support. The groups, a lot of the groups advocacy groups were in support of what we did and came up and testified, and we actually took some of their suggestions, so they felt comfortable with that. So I think we have a very strong document. It's out for review. We'll come back to you on the next stage when we've had a chance to review that.
Yeah, I have a question for you, and others do as well. Both you and I attended a meeting at Sacramento City School District sponsored by the California Collaborative. And
you did. I did.
Oh, you did not.
I was at the IQC doing this.
Oh, okay. I knew you were a part of it. All right. Well, then
spirit.
I will describe one of my impressions. Sacramento City's been very aggressive under their leadership to implement Common Core. And there were many things, but one thing that struck me was there's a lot of talk about lessons and modules and units, but none the district nor most of the other districts I've talked to have what I would call a scope and sequence or a curricular map for Common Core. So there are the micro bits to me, but they're not linked to an overall structure of scope and sequence, and that leads me to wonder how we're going to really pull this off and whether the kinds of things you're talking about will result. So can you speak to your impression of that, and then how these frameworks will help, or are the frameworks too bulky and detailed to really be translated into that kind of thing?
Well, I think this is an extremely important point. There is a middle step here from standards to units and lesson plans, which is a scope and sequence or curriculum or however you say it. In fact, I just wrote an article making this point, which should be published in EdSource. You know EdSource? Yeah.
Yeah, she knows.
This week or next week, which makes the exact point, because the counties did a survey, which you heard, I think, before the board, and one of the questions was, are you doing curricular work? And a significant amount weren't, as you were just recounting. So to answer your question, a framework is supposed to be specifications for how you attack scope and sequence in a curriculum. It's basically an invaluable resource to help that process. So in the piece, I talk about The frameworks are crucial in helping you make those decisions. Please do it, and here's some help. Actually, the materials that are coming up for you for adoption for the mathematics, if you look at their structure, they have a scope and sequence, and you can use that and build on that. That's another alternative. And then there's some great things nationally that have been done, and in the state. So we point in that direction. For example, Long Beach has a very well thought out scope and sequence. They've been at it for a couple of years to take Common Core and take that middle step and develop that, and then you do the units and so forth along those lines. So this goes back to the previous discussion you were having. How do we make available these kinds of resources and suggestions? First is to get them to want to do it and say it's important. Secondly is where can you get help in doing it? So the frameworks should be very, very helpful in that. Both the mathematics frameworks and this draft ELA, ELD framework has essentially the kind of information you need if you're going to take that step.
Yeah. Board Member Bellina, do you have any comment on this? This seems to be in your job sheet.
You know, it certainly is a concern. And you're right. You have to determine what you're going to teach first. The dilemma is, which we're going to have a discussion on Smarter Balance, is that what we really need first is what do children need? Where are they? And you can build a scope and sequence to give you kind of a roadmap, which we have done. We have given teachers and say, you know, this is you need to do this before you do this. But that addresses a general population. What's most important is once you have that, you have to determine where children are. And then again, you're kind of rewriting. And that's the difficult part, which you're discussing, because it's not as easy as saying, here it is. Textbook companies are going to give us what they suggest. And again, it usually is written to the middle. And then you have to determine, well, how do I address children who are beyond that? And how do we address children who are significantly below? So it's not an easy answer. Our teachers are struggling with it as well. We did provide them a scope and sequence and said, in order to implement the Common Core, you need to think about this. But it really is more about giving them time to really understand the standards, to deconstruct the standards, to be able to plan for them, and really know what those prerequisites are to get children there. So it's not a simple task. And it's going to take some time.
Yeah, just one comment. One comment on what you just said. The frameworks do have quite a bit on interventions and tiered instruction and and adjustment to where students are, and also text complexity issues and how you take students who are here, but you want to give them more demanding material. That's an issue, and how do you deal with that? So those issues are addressed. And the other point I'd make is that even though we're recommending books for adoption, and I think they're much better, they're closer to what the standards are envisioning, this more active type curriculum and instruction in a classroom, we are in a situation now with so much information around and so much niche publishing and open publishing that teachers and districts and schools are able to mix and match using the framework, the architecture, but you can adapt much more easily now than you could 10, 15 years ago. So there's a lot of good stuff out there that can be used to do what you're talking about, and I think that should be recognized.
Board Member Rucker.
You know, when I was doing my graduate studies on curriculum and instruction, I had this running argument with my advisor about where in the process of curriculum development is the scope and sequence supposed to be. And when I say it was a long-running argument, you know, it took a long time for him to figure out why he was wrong and I was right. So I think what has happened... Many of us
have been in that position with you.
I think the best example on this conversation about scope and sequence has been the running conversation we've had about the role and the placement of Algebra 1 in the middle school curriculum. The fact that we have adopted a Common Core and we have created a framework and now we have a large adoption that's going to be considered, in some ways the purpose of creating the scope and sequence really does need to be at the local level and not in the framework, because the development of that scope and sequence cannot be something that simply gets engraved in cement and then we end up failing a fidelity of implementation that doesn't consider the local context. So this opportunity, particularly in what we see going forward with the mathematics framework and the implementation decisions that districts are going to make about their course sequences, particularly for the higher math courses, that's where the conversation about scope and sequence organically will develop. We have to rely on a belief that we have given them the tools in the framework to help them figure out how to frame that discussion and how to frame the decisions they will make to create that scope and sequence. But we also are going to have to be comfortable with the fact that it will be a local decision. It will be a dynamic and probably changing decision over time, because they'll make a decision and say, okay, that wasn't the correct idea. But we also have to recognize that it will also mean dynamically that it will be different in a large school district than it will be in a smaller, more rural school district. And definitely scope and sequence decisions between K-8 districts and high school districts, probably there will be a gap, particularly for matriculation issues. But I think the most exciting part about this discussion is we are giving districts the opportunity to make that decision rather than engrave it and put it in cement. So I think I'm comfortable in looking at this implementation and knowing that's a discussion we're charging districts to take on.
If I could extend on that thought, it's a perfect statement, because it's exactly, as I mentioned, we developed a scope and sequence, and today have recognized that what we did in the fall needs to be revisited. If we were strapped within the context of saying this is a must, it would be inappropriate. We would not meet the needs of our children. And so it is going to be critical that we leave these decisions to the local districts to make based on what they know and where they need to go. So thank you for letting me.
Yeah, this is a very important point, and I appreciate the comments, because that's why I say the framework is a specifications for how you, it's advice on how you do it. I'll give you just a down and dirty example. A standard says use proportional thinking to solve problems. That doesn't say how much time it takes. It actually takes quite a bit of time to do that for percentage, or some strategies or progressions. There's a lot written on that now, and so the advice is think about, don't think about 3 days trying to cross multiply for a percentage as a way of doing this. It's not going to work for a lot of kids. Be more sophisticated about it, and here's some examples in some way. That's what the framework does. But they have to put it together at the local level.
Board Member Strauss.
So it's been really an exciting process, and I just, for the public who may not be aware of all the intense work that the framework committees have done and Instructional Quality Commission has done, it's been quite complex to integrate the ELA and ELD framework, and lots of involvement, lots of thought, lots of really thoughtful debate about it. And I believe we've developed a very strong guidance document that will help support the conversation at the local level. And what's so exciting, I think, at this point is we have money now for professional development where we bring teachers together, as Member Molina talked about, to do the collaboration and to do the lesson planning with the guidance document, because it's a shift in philosophy when you integrate that. And so I believe that we are, as a state, really leading the way as far as providing guidance and resources. And we were also part of the material evaluation, and just a credit to the Department of Ed for the process that goes to make sure that our recommended materials are aligned to what we want in what we've adopted in the framework. And so I think the system of the framework as a guidance document with the materials provide great resource, and now we have state money committed to bringing people together for training, understanding, and then collaborative unit planning and scope and sequence. So I think as a state, we are looking at the foundation and the broader, you'll hear more about this, I think, as each of these items are presented, but it's been really exciting. I mean, even at the IQC meeting, when the final editing and the cheer and the pride that the team, and Member Rucker was there with that day of the cheer, it was like amazing. And all the framework group, it's just been a great energy, as Member Molina Rucker and I have joined the professionals who commit to this work as part of their professional work for the state.
Well, I should also mention the consultants and staff really did a fine job. This was a difficult thing to put all this together. And they had Nancy Brynelson, Hallie Yop, and West Ed working on it, plus the staff in the department. And when you see it's still large, but to try and integrate all these ideas and put it together, I think they did a fantastic job.
Board Member Holliday.
One of the things that impressed me about this presentation, not just you, Bill, but the other speakers, was the examples of what different county offices of ed are doing, individual teachers are doing, setting up their own learning groups and their own learning communities, and creating new websites, new threads that they can communicate with each other. You know, what's happening here is paralleling what the goal of local control funding is as well, and that is that there are lots of resources, and we will provide you with lots of resources. And this report shows how many things that the CTE has done and other organizations and groups have done to provide teachers with as much information as possible. But ultimately, it comes down to the responsibility of each district, school leader, teacher, to figure out what's best for their kids and how to implement it. And I've been nervous about whether or not that's been happening as fast and as powerfully as it should have been. But I'm starting to get a sense from the reports, from what I hear going on out there, that they are taking ownership of it. And when they take ownership of it, then they'll really figure it out, and it'll become part of what they do on a daily basis. It's not just coming from top down. It's coming out of each individual educator, and that's key to the ultimate success of the Common Core. So I'm really happy about that, and perhaps in the future, in these sorts of, in number 17 coming up, we could hear maybe not just about all the good efforts of the CTE, but some other examples of where on the ground these activities are happening and how successful they are. It is, I think, refreshing to see the parallel between local control funding, the adoption of Common Core, the frameworks, scope and sequence. It is coming together in a nice way, but it does place a great deal of responsibility on each individual educator out in the field. Thanks.
All right. Board Member Burr.
I just, first of all, want to applaud your work. You and I have been around a long time, and I wasn't ever sure that we would reach détente on issues around services, particularly to English learners, as it relates to our English language arts framework. So my congratulations to all of you who have worked on this. I want to share a personal experience that probably Ms. Sandoval and Member Strauss can also relate to. We spent a lot of time last week at the legislature talking about education policy issues. And it's safe to say, at least in my experience, that the work that we've done to improve the services to English learner students and to provide the kinds of supports that you've described has not made its way across the street. And there continues to be very serious concerns about our commitment to English learners. And so I just wanted to put that out there for you to be aware of and for everyone to be aware of. I think we've done fantastic work, and as I said, really commend everyone here who's worked on this issue. But I'd like to suggest that we be very purposeful about our communication to the legislature about this. Particularly to Senator Lara, who's the chair of the Latino caucus, and expressed very grave concerns about there not being a champion on the Board of Education for English learners. And I certainly made a commitment to him that I would be that champion. I think we all in some way or other made that commitment, but it's not being communicated to them. And I'm not sure if this is exactly the time, because I know that our framework is out for comment and it may change. But I certainly think we need to begin to inform them about all of the good work that's out there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Board
you.
Member Rucker.
Dr. Honig, I do have one question for you. Because the framework has gone out in its current draft form for public comment, one of the questions that was raised by the board during the last meeting before the framework went out was in the chapter with on professional development. There were a list of standards that were called the California Professional Learning Standards. And our question was, where did these standards come from, or how was the decision made to incorporate those particular standards in there? And in what way are those identified as a brand of standards that have been approved in some way by someone? So I'm hoping that you'd be able to explain to us about those standards and about where they came from, because my concern is that's not something this board has seen, and I'm not aware that any other agency like the CTC has seen them and approved them as being professional learning standards for this state. So in choosing to include them in the draft, and it's now going out for public comment, I just need to be clear on how we're going to address the inclusion of those standards in this framework and what it means in the context of the other frameworks that will subsequently be developed.
Well, this is a question for CDH staff, that they had an effort to look at these standards and develop them. They can explain the genesis of that. It's based in large part on Learning Forwards, and that's the old national staff development group, and they've done a tremendous amount of work on collaboration and capacity building and so forth. So they're based in part on that and research. They made a presentation to the IQC about these standards, and people like them and said, we will include them. I think it's perfectly permissible for you to ask the department, if you want to review them, and they don't have a stamp of approval from a governing board, as you say, but they are consistent with research, so that was good enough for us. So if that's a problem, I think you all should address that and tell us what you want us to do.
So, I think you've partially answered my question. When it was presented to the IQC, are you saying that the IQC approved them as California standards?
We did not
or
approve
approved
them.
the inclusion of them in the framework?
We liked what they said, and so we included them because they seemed to be saying the right thing. Just the way we included other things from other states, like the Progressions group in Arizona. We never have approved that formally, but we liked what they are doing, so we linked it. We put that in there. Okay. Tom, you might want to.
And as someone who was there that day and was accepted your comments and your point, we did note that they were the superintendents. Okay, we didn't say that they were clearly California, so we thought that was an important point. And keep in mind, it's part of the greater discussion in the document. It's not the only resource we say to go to on this. Unfortunately, my colleagues Phil LaFontaine and Ron Taylor are not here to talk more about that. But our point is, here's this resource out there. It's being used by many people, and I'd be remiss in my duties if I didn't say this should be part of the discussion in the framework, because it's a document well received by the field, well developed by the department staff, and the superintendent still stands behind it.
And I agree, having reviewed the standards, and I did get to hear the presentation. I also think that they are a very noteworthy body of thought and policy. But when you call them something that has the label of California on them, that's a brand. And so I would really like to request, if it is the intent of the superintendent and the department to include them in all subsequent drafts of any other frameworks, I would really like to request that the rest of my colleagues on the board who didn't have the benefit I had of hearing a presentation about these standards, for the board to actually hear them and review them and understand the context for the decision to include them in the framework by the IQC, as well as the decision for their role and appropriate fund. There's form, and that's what you just explained to me is we adopted this and put it in the draft as a form. But there's also a function. What was the intent, and what is it you would like to see done with them? Are they supposed to supplant or supersede other considerations about models for good professional learning, or is there something else that is intended? So I think that that's a conversation this board has not had a chance to have before something called the California Standards went out, and I would just really like to request that the board have an opportunity to consider and review and have that conversation.
Well, that would surely help us.
Yeah, and just to let you know, Deputy Superintendent Lupita Cortez Alcala said I have permission to volunteer Phil and Ron on a presentation.
And I'm actually, just pro forma, to make sure I'm doing it correctly, I'm actually making that request through the president.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll follow up. All right. Now, is there any public comment on this?
President Kirst, we have one speaker, Rigel Massaro, 2 minutes.
Good morning, President Kirst and members of the board. Oh, is this working? Okay. I'm Rigel Massaro with Public Advocates. Item 7 on the systems implementation plan is the design and establish systems of effective communication among stakeholders and continuously identify areas of need and communicate information. And the board has extensive resources for parents, for districts to use. I just wanted to point out that the department's own outreach plan listed in the materials for this meeting contains only one event for parents as the focus, and all of the events listed in the event, of all of the events, this one has the lowest turnout of 30 teachers and parents. Additionally, the recent SESSA survey results raise questions about whether teachers and administrators possess the knowledge to answer the questions from concerned parents. So, and from our perspective on the cusp of LCFF and a renewed focus on parent involvement, we believe the state should support and guide districts to ensure that parents understand how to track student progress, especially in these first couple of years without STAR and without the Smarter Balance producing results for parents, that they should help parents understand the impact of the new standards and assessments on instruction and assessment moving forward, and so parents can help learn how to support their students, prepare for this transition, and also help parents ensure that Common Core implementation funds are spent equitably and according to best practices and individual district needs. And on this last point, we've just been noticing that many districts have adopted their plans, but these are often not readily available to the public. So some are hidden in budget documents, which are not parent-friendly, if they're online at all. And sometimes even after some calls, it's hard to understand what's happening. So we would urge the board to issue guidance on best practices, both for integrating parents and students into this transition, and besides notes being sent home, and then also ensuring the district plans are publicly available and parent-friendly, in addition to addressing the important data that's available, like from the TRT, for example. Thank you.
Okay.
President Kirst, if I could just make a request of the speaker, who did a good job outlining a challenge we have to involve parents in the accountability process and understanding how Common Core will unfold. If you could provide the president of the board and my office some examples of districts where they may have thought they've communicated adequately, but it's embedded in some document that's hard to access or hard to interpret. If you could give us some good examples, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Board Member Burr.
Just to continue the conversation, I think some of this discussion will take place when we talk about the LCAP template tomorrow, because implementation of Common Core is one of the 8 state priorities. But I actually had a question of either Barbara or Nancy. I'm very curious about what's happening with our higher education partners. And I appreciate that we are the recipient of a small grant, and you might, maybe not off the top of your head right now, but at our next meeting, be able to provide a presentation, because I feel like, it was challenging when we adopted our original academic content standards to feel like we were fully integrated with higher education, whether it was across teacher preparation or just the general content that was being then taught at the university level. So I'm curious in knowing where we are. I think, Barbara, you raised it at the very beginning. You had a conversation, and I just want to know so what, what's happening.
I'll provide a brief update, and we may have some information about some meetings that have been scheduled. As Barbara mentioned, we had a convening in Los Angeles in December with our state team, and out of that we sort of brainstorm around. There are sort of 4 key categories that we're trying to gather information from the 4 segments, and to feed that into what we're calling a sort of state plan moving forward. It's around admissions into universities and the use of the changes in K-12. The second topic is about teacher preparation and the learning to teach continuum, ongoing professional development, and it's also about implications for undergraduate study. And And then the fourth is communications, because we're beginning to have a lot of requests, and President Kirst has mentioned that. We really need our higher ed folks helping in their local context talk about why this is important for students. So while you well know that sort of galvanizing the higher ed community around particular areas can sometimes, it's enormous agencies, and they have ways of doing business that can be a little different from K-12. I'll speak from experience as well. So the hope is that the state team has sort of 3 layers. Each segment has those 4 topics with a set of questions that we've engaged with them to provide some feedback. And Camille Esch, while she's left the state board to pursue other endeavors, is really coordinating with us on helping lead this charge, along with Penny Edgert from the ICC, the Intersegmental Commission. So the segments are meeting, and then there's a cross-segmental team that will feed that information to, and then a state team. And we don't have a lot of meetings, but out of those, we've sort of organized over the next 16 months, what is it that really could come into policy, advice, document, plan for what higher ed is doing.
Yeah, I think we could ask Camille to come at some point and sum up the way she sees it, and I think she'll have the best view. She just re-entered the scene in December, so, yeah. Okay, I think now we're ready for item 3, and this is a public hearing. So first we'll hear from presenter Tom Adams, and then I will open the public hearing.
Okay. Good morning, President Kirst, members of the State Board, Superintendent Torlakson, and Executive Director Walters. I will be presenting this morning along with Chair Honig of the IQC and Julie Spikerman, co-chair of the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee of the IQC and lead commissioner on this adoption. Item 3 on the agenda is the 2014 Mathematics Adoption of Instructional Materials, Instructional Quality Commission recommendation. Just to remind you, about a year ago, this adoption process started with the board adopting a timeline and application as well as a criteria. We took what was normally a 2-year process and compressed it into approximately 1 year. And keep in mind, at the same time, my staff heroically was also completing the mathematics framework, so I do have to have kudos to them to be able to do multiple tasks and keep smiling and keep their director smiling. The state board approved the evaluation criteria, and there were 3 types of programs. There was the basic grade level programs, and then you also allowed for 2 types of higher mathematics programs, Algebra 1 and Integrated Mathematics 1. And so we did get 35 submissions overall in terms of this, these program types. Of these 35 programs, though, these are reviewed and have been do so at the, and your decision today, though, will be advisory for districts. Remember, Assembly Bill 1246 changed state law so that districts are no longer compelled to purchase materials off the state adoption list. But these recommendations will help districts that do not have the resources to conduct a comprehensive review of such programs. Districts that elect to use the materials off this list can be fully confident that the materials are aligned to the California Common Core state standards for mathematics, and in addition, have strengths in the areas of program organization, assessment, universal access, instructional planning, and teacher support. The Instructional Quality Commission recommendations are consistent with the recommendations from the review panels, except in one case, where the Commission's recommendation, and here the Commission's recommendation differs from the findings in the panel. And commissioners will be explaining in detail why it does differ. Nonetheless, the Department recommends that the State Board accept the Commission's recommendation to adopt 31 of the 35 submitted programs, and that it directs CDE staff in conjunction with the members of the Instructional Quality Commission and our content review experts as needed to work with publishers to ensure that the edits and corrections adopted by the board have been made in their revised instructional materials. But before we get to the public hearing, I would like Chair Honig, followed by Subject Matter Chair Spikerman, to give you a brief review of the adoption process.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning again. So, as Tom noted, this adoption process took place on an accelerated schedule because usually it's the framework, the criteria, and then the adoption process. This one we had to do kind of in parallel. So we did, in the process, use the draft mathematics framework as exemplary of what the book should be aiming towards as interpreting the standards, the way we talked about earlier. So that was put in the mix, as well as we used other states and other documents, so there was a pretty wide net that was cast. About a year ago, you adopted the evaluation criteria, and they were developed by the Mathematics Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Committee, and they were recommended to you at our meeting on December 10th, and then you adopted them in January 16th. Late that month, on January, the Department of Education hosted the publisher's invitation to submit, where the statutory and regulatory requirements for participation were explained. In March 2013, the State Board acted on a fee waiver request. I think 4 programs received reductions. On May 8th, you appointed the instructional materials reviewers and content review experts that were recommended by the IQC. During the week of June 18th to 21st, some of you attended that in beautiful suburban Sacramento. We spent a week getting trained on how to do this. I think there were 80, 90 people who were participants, and we had people attending there. And that was put on by the department and was very successful. And then they had the summer to look at, they were broken into panels, and they had the summer to look at their particular materials that they were reviewing. And then in September, from 10th to 14th, the 12 panels met to discuss and evaluate the 35 programs, and they were open to the public. People did come and make comments. The publishers did. They were there if questions were asked, and they were given an opportunity to respond specifically, which many of them did. And after reaching consensus, the panels developed a report of findings, which you have available to you, and these were forwarded to the IQC. We took a look at them, and as stated, and Julie Spikerman, who actually honchoed this process along with Tom and his staff, did a fantastic job of writing up the reports and so forth very efficiently. And I think the whole process worked very well. We had a public meeting on the 4th to hear public comment on the reports of findings, and 3 publishers whose programs were not recommended presented evidence. We held 2 additional public hearings on November 21st, 22nd, and the first before the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee and the second before the full commission. At these hearings and throughout the adoption process, public comments were solicited on the submitted programs. The student materials for all submitted programs were also posted on the web for anyone to view, and a template for public comment was posted on CDE website. Special email box was sent to received email comments from members of the public. All public comments were reviewed by the IQC, including the written testimony submitted by publishers, and they were forwarded in a binder to the State Board office. After taking public comment, the IQC took action to recommend programs to the State Board of Education on November 22nd. The recommendations were made in 6 roll call votes, 1 to approve the recommendations by the review panels, and then 1 vote for each of the 5 programs that were not recommended by the review panels. I'd now like to introduce Julie Spikerman, the co-chair of the Commission's Mathematics Subject Committee, who will provide more details on the actual adoption recommendations for the 2014 mathematics adoptions.
Thank you, Chair Honig. Good morning, President Kirst and board members. It is a great pleasure to be here this morning to bring this recommendation to you. As the co-chair of the Math Subject Matter Committee of the Instructional Quality Commission, I'm going to present to you the Instructional Quality Commission recommendations for the 2014 mathematics primary adoption. 17 publishers submitted a total of 35 programs for consideration for this adoption. They included 23 basic grade level programs, 11 Algebra 1 programs, and 1 Integrated Mathematics 1 program. The programs were reviewed by 12 review panels using the state board adopted evaluation criteria established for the adoption. On November 21st and 22nd, the members of the Instructional Quality Commission considered the recommendations from the review panel members, public comments, and reports from individual commissioners to determine whether each program did or did not satisfy the state board adopted evaluation criteria for this adoption. The adoption recommendation for each program was to recommend the program for specific grades and with identified minor edits and corrections, social content citations, and approved publishers submitted errata as appropriate. Edits and corrections are defined as inexact language, imprecise definitions, mistaken notions, mislabeling, misspellings, and grammatical errors. And what I'm going to say next is very important because we were not to rewrite the mathematics material so that it made it more mathematically correct. So they do not include, edits and corrections do not include complete revision or rewriting of chapters or programs or adding new content to a program. Such changes are not allowed during the adoption process. Meetings will be held with publishers to address the identified edits and corrections after the state board takes action on the adoption. As previously mentioned, the IQC recommended 31 of the 35 submitted programs for adoption. The IQC recommendations are consistent with the recommendations from the review panels for 34 of the 35 submitted programs. The one program where we disagreed was for the program Common Core Math Curriculum by Triumph Learning. The review panel assigned to review this program found that it met all categories of the evaluation criteria, including full coverage of all content standards, with the exception of Criteria Category 5, Instructional Planning. Triumph Learning presented evidence at the public meeting on October 4th and again at the 2 hearings held at the IQC meeting on November 21st and November 22nd, demonstrating that the inactive link identified by the review panels and the commissioners had been made functional. Everything was there except the link wasn't activated. When the link was activated, and we were able to see as the Instructional Quality Commission that the content that was there was actually accessible through the link, we felt that the material was now accessible to the teachers, and that Criteria Category 5 was sufficiently met to justify recommending the program. I will note that according to the state board adopted criteria for this adoption, programs only had to demonstrate strengths in this category to be eligible for adoption. Showing that the link was actually live made all the difference. The other 4 programs that are not being recommended have significant issues in a number of criteria categories, including a finding by the review panels that reviewed each of those programs that they do not fully align to the Common Core state standards for mathematics. That must be 100% alignment or they cannot be adopted. The Commission carefully considered all public comments, including publisher submissions received at the October 4th public meeting, but did not find sufficient justification to overturn the panel findings for those 4 programs. Those findings are included in the IQC advisory report, as well as the review panel report of findings, both of which were included in your links in your action item. At this time, those of us here would be happy to address any questions you have about the adoption process or the IQC's recommendations on the 2014 mathematics adoption. I know that you are going to hold a public hearing before you take action, but we will remain at your disposal to answer any questions. Again, it is a great pleasure to be here for this purpose. Any questions?
I think I'll do the public hearing first.
Okay,
And then,
thank you.
then we'll get that, and then we'll have the full input for your questions. So I will now open the public hearing. Each side will have 10 minutes. Let's start with, are there any speakers here in opposition to the CDE staff recommendation on item 3? Please come forward. There are none. There are none signed up, I take it.
President Kurz, the sign-up binder are for public speakers, and to my knowledge, there's no proponents or opponents that have been previously identified to speak at the hearing, but you could call for proponents.
Okay, and now I will call for proponents of the CDE recommendation on item 3. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. And so we will now take public comment at 2 minutes per person. And
We have 3 speakers. 2 minutes, please line up. Doug McRae, Laurel Ashlock, and Shelley Kriegler.
Hi, good morning, President Kirst and Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. I'm Doug McRae, a retired testing specialist from Monterey. There are 10 textbooks for Algebra 1 on the recommended list, and that's a good, healthy list for local choices. But I would just briefly like to review our overall policy with respect to the status of it with respect to middle school algebra. We have a very weak curriculum frameworks to guide districts on what to do for middle school algebra. We now have a good, healthy list of textbooks that could be used for middle school algebra. But despite interest from a number of state board members, we have no statewide end of course tests for Algebra 1 that are in sight as yet. What will districts do? Many will choose not to offer algebra at the middle schools, arguing that since it won't be tested, rather the kids will be tested only on Common Core pre-algebra tests. They will offer only grade 8 Common Core pre-algebra instruction. I'd urge the state board to proactively implement an acceptable statewide testing program for algebra courses in middle schools for the sake of the at least 50% of California middle school students who are capable of taking a full algebra course by grade 8. Thank you.
come forward, please. Yes.
I'm Laurel Ashlock. I'm from Central Unified School District and the CASCD. Thank you for the variety of programs that you've recommended, that were recommended by the Instructional Quality Commission, and the latitude that you've provided to districts. I also appreciated the earlier discussion related to developing a full understanding of the Common Core state standards, the pre-skills that are necessary, and where we need to go with those. As we move towards that Common Core state standards implementation and student mastery of those, it's our thinking that we need a more refined focus on how we meet the needs of every student. And it's imperative that we move beyond the traditional hardbound textbook or a PDF of a textbook that we currently have access to on technology devices. It's important for us to move beyond that time-bound scope and sequence kind of idea in most texts that we use to an integrated curriculum map using open source tools that will allow us to ensure mastery. We'd like to continue the quest for approved open source materials. We're not talking about not having publisher approved materials that are Common Core state aligned. Rather, we're talking about vertical access so that we can get to students the mastery that they need of the pre-skills that they didn't master perhaps in the prior grade levels, so that we can access pre-K through 12 to make sure that our students are understanding what they need to understand. The pre-skills covered earlier in a student's educational career, but which the student has not yet mastered, could be readily accessible to teachers in a vertical tech-based module for learning. In addition, students who have mastered grade level standards can be provided access to materials which allow depth and complexity of understanding. Our request is that open source materials be board endorsed and legislation be put forward which moves from a hardbound textbook for every student as referenced in the Williams settlement.
Time.
Good morning. I'm Shelley Kriegler, the president of the Center for Mathematics and Teaching. I just wanted to compliment the board and the Department of Education, especially Tom Adams and David Almquist and the whole team. We are a really small nonprofit. There are 5 of us, and we were able to write a program for the Common Core, move it through the process with their help, and get it adopted. And I appreciate the democracy that allows us to do that, and I just wanted to acknowledge that to the board, that it is a process where everyone has an opportunity to submit and be successful, and I just wanted to thank you for that.
It's the end of the public comment, and so we're ready for board member discussion. Board Member Strauss.
So Member Recker and I attended both the training and in June that was incredibly intense, and again, a compliment to the department of how well organized and thoughtful it was. All these volunteers who came out spend a full week in Arden being trained, and then they get this palette of materials to their home, and they spend the summer reviewing them all. And then we came back and reviewed, and I actually came back at the beginning and the end of the week of the review, and just as a board member, to look at the process for materials that were approved. Really thorough, every criteria very clearly facilitated, and I don't know if you all realize that as an Instructional Quality Commission member, one of the expectations is you will participate both in the week's training and in the facilitation at the end as well. So all of our IQC members were there as well. But then I sat in on a big publisher presentation with lots of technology. I sat in on a small one, not Shelley's, but one of the other ones. And then I watched a denial process of one of the 4 that we're not approving, to watch the process of the publisher being able to appeal and the review. And I feel very comfortable as a board member, first of all, in supporting the process that the Department of Ed facilitated. The ability to really review, align to the Common Core in such a rigorous way, such a variety of options for districts. And I did actually look at particularly Algebra 1 programs, both for traditional Algebra 1 and integrated Algebra 1, both a large publishing company and a small one, to see the varieties of options that districts will have as a resource. So I just wanted to compliment the entire process and to let the board know it was hugely rigorous, and I don't think they actually told all the IQC members when they applied that they had to also do material review and facilitate the process. So each of the panels were facilitated by IQC members. Because I feel very comfortable about the process and those that we appoint serving us in an advisory capacity. So thank you.
Board Member Rucker.
You know, in the past, when the board has made recommendations for adoptions in curriculum like mathematics, people are underwhelmed by the number of books that are recommended. 2, 3, or maybe 4 publishers were recommended. This adoption distinguishes itself not just because there were 17 publishers and 35 programs, but there was a diversity of programs from a diversity of a size of publishers. So it wasn't just a corporate adoption. As the point was made, there were a number of nonprofits that successfully had their programs reviewed, and we have 31 programs for districts to consider. To me, I think that that's a triumph not of a look at how our process worked to do the adoption and to truncate it from 1 year to 2 years, but it really is a triumph of a commitment of a large group of professionals in the Department of Ed to provide training to practitioners and curriculum area experts to make sure that they understood what the state was looking for. It was a triumph of the work that was done by the Framework Committee to create and develop criteria that would guarantee we would get a diversity of basic programs, of algebra programs, and to look at a way to define integrated math that would give districts some clear options on how to create their curriculum, but also their scope and sequence going forward. So the fact that we're moving from having 4 or 5 math programs to consider to having 31. We shouldn't just hang our hats on the fact that we have 31 programs to look at, but on the fact that the process worked, that there was a fidelity of implementation on looking at the standards. And like my colleagues, Board Member Strauss, I attended and made the effort to attend those meetings, but I also ordered those materials and I looked at the comments that were made by the participants at the materials that they took time to diligently read. And I did that as a commitment to them so that I could stand in front of their work. Most of the times when I take my car to the mechanic and he says, we stand behind our brake job, I think the real test is to stand in front of it. So I want to say, I can stand in front of this group and I can stand in front of this committee and say that they did the work that we asked them to do. They can own this adoption, they can own this recommendation, and I fully support it.
Thank you. Okay, any other board member comments on that? Are we ready for a motion?
I did have a question.
Yes.
Julie, could you tell me how many basic programs there were? And how many algebra programs? 11. Okay, thank you.
I move adoption of CD recommendation.
Is there any public comment on the motion? Okay, any more board member discussion? If not, we're ready for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. Good. All right.
If I might, I just had wanted to make one comment on some of the public comment. One of the persons talked about a more flexible system, and I think that's something we should be thinking about. Right now we do one material, fee for service. It's kind of set in stone, and how you change it over time with all the digital potential here, really we could get a much more flexible system. So I know President Kirst has talked about this, and it's something we may consider it with the department at the IQC and bring you back some recommendations maybe on how to open the system up a little bit. I know the superintendent has talked about this too.
Yeah, please do bring those to us.
Pardon?
Yes, we would like you to bring those.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm going to have to recess the board, and we will reconvene at 20 of 11. No, we're going to, we got more items to go. Yeah, we've got to. The board will reconvene. Okay, we're on to item 5, which is a update on the California assessment.
President Kurz, have we done item 4?
Oh, I'm sorry. How did I miss that? Oh, yes, sorry. Okay, item 4, update on statewide assessment transition activities. Diane Hernandez will lead off the discussion.
Okay. Good morning, Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirst, board members. I'm Diane Hernandez, the Director of the Assessment Development Administration Division, and I will actually present a few items today, beginning with item 4, which is an information item updating the assessment development activities for both the National Center and State Collaborative efforts and Smarter Balance efforts. This item does reflect a collaboration between the Assessment Development Administration Division, Special Education Division, and the Education Data Management Division. We have been working on the assessment activities on a weekly basis, and you'll hear part of the other divisions present on this item as well. In fact, Cindy Kazanis, who is the Director of the Education Data Management Division, will provide the technology component of item 4, and I believe Dr. Fred Balcom may be here to assist with any questions you might have about the NCSC activities. So if you will recall, in December, there was a memo provided that included general information regarding the alternate assessment and the NCSS activities. To recap, Assembly Bill 44 established the new assessment system, recently renamed the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP, which requires eligible students with significant cognitive disabilities to be assessed with the California Alternate Achievement Performance Task, or CAPA, at least until a new successor assessment is implemented. In the interim, the National Center and State Collaborative, a 26-state collaborative assessment consortium, is developing an alternate assessment for students with significant cognitive disabilities that would be aligned to alternate achievement standards and, of course, aligned to the Common Core state standards. The assessment would measure English language arts and mathematics and is to be administered to students in grades 3 through 8 and 11, similar to Smarter Balance. Teachers would administer the one-on-one test, and the test would be anticipated to take roughly 1.5 to 2 hours. So as you likely know, this has been a joint effort between the Assessment Division and the Special Education Division. SED continues to work on the activities that are related to curriculum, instructional strategies, and professional development strategies. And the Assessment Division, on the other hand, is working to implement the NCSC pilot test this spring, which California has committed to participating in. The purpose of the pilot is to collect data on how students would interact with the items, to gather information about the test design and how items function, and to determine the functionality of the actual implementation or administration system. Like the Smarter Balance assessment, the intent of the pilot is to test the test. It's important to point out that in 2014, this means for eligible students that would participate, eligible students with significant cognitive disabilities would continue to take the CAPA and may participate in the pilot, taking either ELA or mathematics items, or perhaps both ELA and mathematics items. NCSC has targeted the pilot test student participation rate for each state at 1/3 of the population of eligible students that would participate in the NCSC assessment, and for us that would be our CAPA students. Across the consortium, NEXIC is looking for roughly 58,000 students to participate in the pilot, and that means 1/3 for us would be about 16,500 students. To date, we have 156 LEAs that are participating or have registered to participate in the pilot, and about 6,100 students are currently registered. So, what has the department done to encourage participation? We said our target was 16,500. We're at 6,000 roughly. We have done a number of things. We started out with sending out a letter in November to LEAs, encouraging them to participate in the next assessment or pilot. We followed up with another letter in December. And due to the unexpectedly low numbers for participation, the Assessment Division is conducting a phone campaign to encourage LEAs to participate in the pilot, answer questions for them, walk them through the registration process, whatever it needs that would help them with that. And with that, if you would like, I'll pause for questions or move on to the Smarter Balance portion of this update.
No, I think we ought to have questions on your presentation, if there are any. Yes.
And you're reaching out to charter schools in this
Yes.
process as well? Thanks.
Correct.
Okay. Let's proceed then. No, Board Member Rucker.
In preparation for this item, or in response to when this item appeared on the agenda, I got a lot of emails and phone calls from people who are classroom teachers who are very confused about the population of students this applies to. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, primarily because if people hear it directly from the person who is the expert, then I'll be able to say, this is what I understand, and I got it directly from the horse's mouth. So there's this proposal, there's this decision that the federal government has made on the 2% rule to eliminate the allowance that states have for testing a limited number of students in our population. How does the work we're doing on this pilot affect or support or is different from the students that are affected by that 2% rule?
So, good question. This does not affect the 2%. This is targeted at the 1%, the students with significant cognitive disabilities. This is assessment only for them, and it's similar to what we currently do with CAPA. That's the performance task. The 2% were the students that took the modified achievement test, and those students will now be participating in the Smarter Balance field test because the accommodations modifications that they would have used will be rolled into Smarter Balance.
All right, so I'm going to repeat to you what I heard, and I'm going to ask you to correct me. So we are going, because the federal government has now identified that we are to stop using our modified assessments for the 2% of our population that we use, that we have been administering that to, those students now are going to be taking the Smarter Balanced assessment.
Correct, if their IEP indicates that.
Right. This pilot only applies to that 1% of students with severe cognitive disabilities for whom this test is designed for. Is
Exactly.
that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Okay. We'll proceed to the next presentation.
Okay, so I'm going to move on with Smarter Balance update. First, if you will recall, the Smarter Balance field test will take place between March 18th and June 6th, 2014. Students in grades 3 through 8 and 11, and a small sample of students in grades 9 through 10 will participate in the computer-based field test. To allow for maximum participation in the field test and address the LA's expressed concerns or interest in having their students take both samples of items, ELA and mathematics, a sampling plan that meets the specifications required by the consortium, but will also allow for a fuller implementation, if you will, in California is being provided. So essentially, 95% of students in California will take a sampling of both ELA and mathematics items and one performance task for a subject area. The remaining 5% of students will take either ELA or mathematics items and one performance task. A letter from the superintendent did go out to the LEAs in November explaining the change in plans in terms of the implementation of the field test. Also in November, Educational Testing Service with the department provided district coordinators a specific 6-week testing window assignment for each of their schools. I should point out that ETS is currently working with LEAs that are struggling a bit with their assigned window. There has been a little bit of flexibility, and we've been dealing with that on a case-by-case basis. This is been an interesting process in terms of trying to make sure that every site has the window that will best meet their needs. The test window assignments are available on the ETS CASP webpage, and Cindy Kazanis will talk a little more later about the technology component of the field test. Next, a number of resources or supports are being provided to assist LEAs in the administration of the Smarter Balance field test. I'll remind you that at the November board meeting, I introduced you to the Smarter Balance Usability, Accessibility, and Accommodations Guidelines. These guidelines describe the universal tools, the designated supports, and the accommodations that will be available to students as they participate in the field test, and subsequently the operational test. Last month, Smarter Balance also released frequently asked questions to accommodate the guidelines. The FAQs provide more detailed information about the delivery of the supports that are available, and the link to those FAQs can be found on our CDE Smarter Balance webpage. Next, in terms of resources, Smarter Balance plans to release the Field Test Administration and Field Test Coordinators manuals. They plan to do that by early February. These manuals are designed to outline the roles and responsibilities of the LEA site coordinators and the examiners and provide step-by-step procedures for administration of the test, test security, follow-up activities, very similar to what we provided through the STAR Directions for Administration. In addition to the Smarter Balance resources, there are significant efforts being made in other ways to support LEAs, and maybe this would be a good time to make some introductions, and then I'll follow up with some of the things that we're working on.
Thanks, Diane. Good morning, all. President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. I'm Deb Sigmund, Deputy Superintendent of the District School and Innovation Branch. And I wanted to let you know we've got some really exciting news. I think you are all familiar with Nancy Brownell's role as a senior fellow with regard to Common Core, and Nancy's been a great support to both the department and the board in terms of our outreach efforts around Common Core. I think she spends more time on the road than anyone else in the department, likely. But in any case, we recently were able to receive a grant that will provide us some support to hire what we're calling senior fellows in the assessment arena. And the good news is that these folks will be supported by an entire assessment division in the department that has a great deal of expertise around the assessment area. But we have difficulty in getting around to the state. And so we've been able to, we're going to have 4 of these senior fellows that are not going to be housed at the department. They'll be in their particular areas where they live and really devoted to reaching out to districts and to county offices and to other schools and such that are having concerns about implementation of particularly the field test. That's right upon us, so we want to make sure that we get those folks out there. Also, they'll have a role in terms of developing communication materials. We're going to focus on some instructional modules in terms of using the practice tests. We think that that would be useful for folks, as well as some parent training materials and some board materials that we think that those 2 audiences might benefit from. So I'd like to introduce them to you. And these 4 folks all have a wonderful experience in the assessment area and know many of our districts firsthand, have had an opportunity to work with them. So we're very fortunate. So if they could just come up, the 4 of them. Thank you. So first we have Mary Tribby. Mary is currently working with the West Egg Comprehensive Center, the California Comprehensive Center, and she'll be spending some of her time with this particular effort as a senior fellow in assessment. And Mary is out of Butte County, so Mary's area will be up in those Northern California, which sometimes I think feel a little bit ignored, and so Mary will be spending a great deal of time. Mary has a vast experience in assessment and accountability, and also has been part of the California Educational Research Association, which Dr. Kearse mentioned earlier today. So thank you, Mary. Next we have Dr. Gina Quincy. Dr. Quincy is currently with the San Joaquin County Office of Education working on our assessment contract, and she's going to will be able to support her work in this outreach effort. And Gina is in the LA area, Inglewood area, so she'll be spending a lot of her time there. And she comes to us by way of San Joaquin, as I said, but also has been formerly with LACO, Los Angeles County Office of Ed, as well as UCLA Crest Center. So a vast experience in assessment. Thanks, Gina. And Kathy Carrick, most recently with the Kern County Superintendent of Schools, also very involved in curriculum and assessment, was the Director of Curriculum Instruction and Accountability. She currently is retired, sort of, but is currently an assistant professor out of Loma Linda, so we'll be having her step out of retirement a little bit, and her area will be that Bakersfield, Fresno, kind of Central Valley. And then finally, Paula Carroll. Paula is most recently worked for the San Joaquin County Office of Ed, but has been a teacher, district administrator, worked for Lodi, right, Paula? And she resides in the Stockton area, so and we'll be kind of doing some coordinating efforts with the group. So we're really pleased. I wanted you to see them and know that they're out there, and know that we are trying to get boots on the ground, so to speak, to make sure that we get technical assistance to our districts. Thanks, Dr. Kirst.
Yeah, thank you for helping, and we really appreciate your willingness to do this important work.
Thank you.
Well, as you can imagine, we're pretty happy to have them as well. I wanted to share a couple of other things that are in the works. Closer to home, beginning January 1st this year, the Assessment Division was also reorganized to provide support in terms of technology, the NCS activities, and the coordination of contractor and department resources and outreach activities. So our staff will be working closely with the fellows that you just met, as well as fellow Nancy Brownell, whom you heard from earlier today, the contractors, ETS, San Joaquin County Office of Ed, West Ed, and other divisions within the department to provide a number of things. We currently put out a Smarter Balance electronic update every other week. We provide print materials. We're doing in-person training, technical assistance through ETS, webinars, videos, technical assistance center. There are lots of activities that are in the works, and what this new office within my division will be doing will be coordinating the work between the contractors and our internal resources and working closely with the fellows. So we're just really excited about that. Just one example, ETS in coordination with the department and Smarter Balance is presenting a series of training modules. They're going to help LEAs prepare for the field test. Among other things, the presentations will address the Smarter Balance technology component of the assessment, the requirements, the registration system, test assessment, test administration, student interfacing, accessibility accommodations, and a number of things. So we're just really excited about the resources that are being provided, and look forward to that opportunity to work with LEAs a bit closer. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Cindy Kazanis, who's the Director of the Educational Data and Management Division, and she's going to provide an update on the technology side of the efforts related to Smarter Balance.
Thanks, Diane. So Cindy Kazanis, Director of Educational Data Management. And as a follow-up to last time's meeting in November, I have a couple of updates. In your board packet, you had a brief overview of 3 items, and I'm going to follow up on those specifically. Like Diane's division, my division has been reprioritizing work, and we are working on Smarter Balance-related activities on the CalPAD side and on education technology side on a daily basis. And so this is a true focus for my division as well. We, just to start off, last meeting I spoke a little bit about some site visits we had planned, and Jamie Callahan is in the audience from the governor's office, and she's been my cohort in going out, my colleague rather, in going out to these sites. And so I'm happy to report that we had a really good overall experience in getting out to some area districts. So we went to a large district in the area, which is Natomas, and we heard about their plans for implementation. We went to Sac High, which is a local charter school that's been around for quite a while, and heard about their plans. And then we went to a rural district in El Dorado County, and I'm going to talk a little bit later about some of the challenges that they have. But those really give us some anecdotal information, and we're hearing from our colleagues in the field, from our partners like the K-12 high-speed network, about some other challenges. So I'm going to talk a little bit about those and how districts are approaching this, not only on the network side, but on the device procurement side. So the first thing that I wanted to discuss was the technology readiness tool. And as I reported last time, we had a snapshot that was coming up, which was December 13th. Keep in mind that the TRT, is how it's commonly referred to, is used to collect information about technology at the school site. This is supposed to help districts prepare for operational, so 2014-15 for smarter balance. We did, President Kearse had asked us to put together a letter from him and from Superintendent Torlakson, and that did go out, encouraging districts to complete the TRT. We did 3 webinars gearing up towards that December 13th date, and one of them was specifically directed at charter schools. We've also trained our colleagues from ETS on how, at the state level, how we can assist and how they can assist LEAs that call into the Technology Assistance Center to complete the TRT. And so they've actually put together, they think they did a whole webinar on the TRT or plan to. And so they've been a great support in getting out the word on the TRT. And then the fellows that you just met, the 4, will also be trained on why this is such an important tool for the state to get a good, on-the-ground knowledge of how many devices are out there, what the network capacity is, and the capacity for districts to put together this test for this next year. So as of the 13th of December, we had 31% of schools complete the survey, which is about 3,082 schools. Of the testing population, that represents 34% of students, or 1,087,469. For devices of those that responded, we heard that about 79% of schools can test 100% or more of their students, given the number of computing devices, anticipated test window, and number of test sessions per day. Keep in mind this is for operational, and with the field test, the test is half as long, and so we're pretty comfortable with the districts that have responded and the schools that have responded will be able to test with ease for the field test. And then as far as network capacity, we heard from the districts that did respond, or the schools that responded, that 96% could test with 100% or more of the students given the current network capacity. So the CDE continues. In addition to the technology readiness tool, whenever we're out talking about the test and the technology components of it, we always highlight what the minimum specifications are, what Smarter has done to make sure that 10-year-old devices can be used, which is what we saw at San Juan. Actually, that's one district I didn't mention. We made a visit to. They're using 10-year-old Macintosh computers, which are great. They're making them work. They also have Chromebooks that are brand new. So it's I think districts are being creative in how they're doing the device piece of it. And they're leveraging their Common Core funding. They did all receive a total of $1.25 billion around the state for this is just one of the other things that they can use that money for. So we're hearing some good stories about how that's being leveraged. I'm going to move on to the K-12 high-speed network. They are really our strong partners in this effort from a network perspective, because they provide the backbone for 88% of our districts. The rest of the districts that are not connected to K-12 HSN are usually connected through the private commodity market, maybe AT&T or some other fashion. And so the K-12 HSN has been really helpful when we're talking with our contractor ETS and how we're going to deliver this test this for the field test. They've asked for a dedicated circuit with the contractor, what they call this a peering agreement. So we get a special pipe into their servers, so we can have better control on the capacity and latency, which is spikes in the amount of our utilization of the network. So making sure that we don't overutilize or go above capacity. High-speed network was also really instrumental in working with ETS on assigning the testing windows. And I think I highlighted that in November, but I want to make sure that I say that again today, because we know from the high-speed network side what our capacity is really at a county level at each of the node sites. And so in figuring out who was being assigned which window, there was a consideration taken by the amount of capacity we knew was at the high-speed network. And so that was a good, again, a good meeting of the two major partners in making sure that this is going to be a successful effort. The high-speed network continues to be asked to do a lot of presentations to their various technology-related partners in the state, and is actually being asked to go places that they're not used to, like the Public Utilities Commission and the Charter School Association Conference. And so we're really trying to get them out to get the word out of the resources behind the high-speed network and what the state has supported in putting this together over the years. The other thing I wanted to touch base on that the high-speed network has done and what we did in our visits too is just highlight a couple of connectivity cases. So the high-speed network has node sites in each of the county offices is a node. That's an aggregation point for the internet. And they've been going out on a regional basis to hear from the field on what is needed, how districts are being creative and testing and so on. And so in El Dorado County, where we were, they have a district that has several T1 lines, which is really a basic internet connection. You can't have a lot of users on it. There is definitely a capacity with that. And we were told that there was a large infrastructure project going in there that would end just a mile from where the district boundaries are. In order to connect to that infrastructure project, it would cost $85,000 a foot to connect them to that high-speed network and get them off a T1 line. And for this district, it's not feasible. And so those are some of the real-life stories out there. That's what the cost of technology is to get to rural areas. Jamie's been real helpful in putting us in contact with the PUC and the Office of Technology, OTEC, and thinking about how can we address this problem? And this is a long-term issue. I think that there's some short-term solutions for these districts, and whether or not they're going to bus students places or or test over a longer testing window than they're used to. Maybe it not be 10 days, maybe it's 30 days, or the maximum that they can test. So that's just a snapshot of what's going on out there. The last piece that I wanted to highlight is the joint work group, and this was it sort of came out of a discussion with with CSESA and with the Curriculum Instruction Steering Committee in trying to put the best minds together to come up with some suggestions on how to move forward, how to put together a communications plan, how to talk through student access and accommodation issues. And so that group met on December 12th. We had representatives from CISC, from the Regional Assessment Network, which is our assessment folks, the Technology and Telecommunications Steering Committee, which is also a CISESA subcommittee. The K-12 network was there, high-speed network. There was a representative from the School Boards Association, from statewide organizations like Computer Using Educators, which is, on the technology side is a large organization that teachers belong to, and then our testing contractor was there. And there was 6 subgroups that we set up that they worked through some immediate steps for suggestions, short-term and long-term, and those subgroups included policies and delegation of authority, technology procurement and deployment, professional development, training, and human resource issues, communication, student access and accommodations, and project management, issue escalation and evaluation. And so just an idea of some things that we've done immediately as a result of the suggestions from that work group. We are putting together a large-scale communications plan that's under Diane's responsibilities, but we're definitely feeding into it. The superintendent of public instruction sent out a letter, welcome back letter, this year. Happy New Year. Don't forget you have a field test coming up and you need to take the field test. And making them aware that we have some great resources on our website. And so we have on our homepage now a link to the field test, and that has a high profile. ETS has put together a great assortment of resources on there, on the Cal Technical Assistance Center website as well. And we're developing a IT coordinator list that we think will be really helpful in communicating out to the field on technology-related issues. We've heard from our partners like CSBA that they're collecting policies on bring your own devices and what does the school do when they have students that bring their own devices. We will have a follow-up meeting of this joint work group at the beginning of February, and so we'll be able to share out, I think, some real good progress of the department has made towards these areas, as well as hearing back from our members and sort of what has this invigorated them to move forward on a couple of items that are related to their area of expertise. And then finally, the registration system for getting students to take the field test opened yesterday. California is working with ETS to make sure our CalPEDS data is accurate and up to date, and that we can get that into the system and up and going. And so you will start hearing, I think, from the field, the perspective of that, what they call a TIDE system, which is the registration system for students. So that's been one of the things we've been spending a lot of time on. And then finally, we are providing feedback to the assessment division via their ETS contract on specific outreach that we think on the technology side would be helpful to districts. So they are going out, they're doing some hands-on support to districts. They have a list of districts that they've been to, and we're going to give them some guidance on some other places that we think would be helpful to reach out to in conjunction with our fellows who are here as well. And I think the other thing that's going to be really important with ETS is just sharing best practices, because they're talking to the districts on a regular basis through the Assistance Center, and they get, they field a lot of calls, and that's going to be, I think, really important to, beyond our division and the assessment division, to help the districts and help LEA support as we move towards the field test window opening.
All right, thank you for that. Cindy, can you, I think, is a little out of order, but since you're over all in technology, I just want to say that reflecting on our last conversation relating to technology about the professional development models and the broker's site and the difficulty of teachers to access that, I want to request the department to bring back an update on where they are on making that more accessible in March. And we would continue, I would think, every meeting as this goes on to see whether we can get what are really good resources more easily in the hands of teachers. So that was something that we want to really have a little bit more closer oversight of. So now we're ready for questions on some of the issues that you raised. Board Member Holliday.
Not so much on IT, but
yeah, it was a multi-headed presentation, so you can ask.
I can go back.
You can go back to
All
the three main topics that were here. Yeah.
So, as I understand it, the field test is going to be administered to all students in grades 3 through 8, correct?
Correct.
And in 9 and 10, what's required is only the scientific sample.
Correct.
In grade 11, what's required is only the scientific sample.
Correct.
And after that, in this report, it says, but all students beyond the scientific sample are encouraged to participate.
Yeah. So there are. So in terms of grade 11 students,
Not 9 and 10?
No. Not 9 and 10. Only 9 and 10 are in the scientific sample. Okay. A small selection of them that ETS has contacted each LEA and asked them to participate or directed them to participate in the sample.
So LEAs who would like to give the field test to additional 9 and 10 is not allowed?
No.
Okay. Why is it different for 11 than it is for 9 and 10?
The purpose of including 9 and 10 grade students is for us to be able to do, or for the contractor to be able to do the equating that needs to take place, vertical equating that will need to take place afterwards, and standard setting, some other things. So you need that continuous group of students in the sample so that you can make those efforts following the field test. The test is designed to be administered to all students in grades 3 through 8 and all students in grade 11. The only instance around grade 11 is if there are students who are participating in the EAP. So we're saying they're encouraged to participate in the field test, and they, of course, volunteer for the EAP.
Yeah, but I think the answer to the question is that we're at the minimum NCLB requirements, which is 3 through 8 and one grade beyond 8, and our grade is 11.
Correct.
And I think that's the rationale.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we've gone to what NCLB requires. They require science, so we're going to keep doing that.
Thanks.
So we're complying with the federal requirements.
My concern is that at the high school level, let's say that I'm running a a high school-only group of students. And if I can't have my 9th and 10th graders take a field test, I'm going to have very little information about how to help them prepare in the future. And that's my only concern, as well as the information it would provide the students themselves. By
Yeah, well, that brings up, however, the practice test.
Yes.
And the use of the practice test, and there are plans to build some follow-up around the practice test as well that teachers can use. I hope that will be technologically accessible to them, but go ahead.
And that's exactly what we're encouraging LEAs to do, to encourage their students to participate in the practice test at all of those grade levels, so that they have a
There's
sense of
something
what
different
that
about a
looks like.
field test than just
Well,
the
but
practice.
remember that this really isn't a test in the sense of what you would think of a test that would be aligned to a blueprint and all this. This is a sample of items.
Sure.
And so it's going to be very different in terms of the outcomes. We're not going to get student results. We're going to get information about how the items perform.
Sure.
And a practice test, you get the results back, which might be more interesting to the students.
Absolutely.
You won't get them in the field test.
One more question?
Sure.
My other question is about the field test administration manual and the field test coordinator manual. I think it's great, first of all, that the ETS is providing training modules parallel to this. But at the same time, we're running out of time, and this notion that by early February, these manuals are going to, do you have a confidence level?
Well, based on past experience, I'm very confident in the work that we received. This is being produced by Smarter Balance and ETS as part of their Amendment 10. Their scope of work will be developing a California-specific manual.
But you have a high level of confidence that these manuals are going to be produced soon?
Based on past experience, yes.
Thank you.
Board Member Rucker.
With each successive meeting, I gained greater confidence about the architecture of the hardware and the infrastructure to support the delivery of these assessments to the field. But my confidence level has not gotten to the point where I believe we're actually ready to go. So I have a couple of questions for you on the responses or the information you have on the technology readiness tool. Has there been an increase in the number and type of LEAs that have now completed both of the different surveys that you all have sent out to them since December 13th?
You know, we haven't done that comparison. We can definitely, put something together that provides that crosswalk to show, if there's LEAs that are responding to anything at all versus LEAs that are responding. So we can definitely put something together that shows that.
And I'm just assuming, just because of the percentage of the population of students that would need to take the test, in kindergarten through 8th grade programs, are you certain that districts are more ready or less ready than they were when we decided to initiate this all-student field test?
Yeah, I would say we're more, and based on the feedback that we're getting from ETS, from some of the outbound calls that they're making and the site visits they're making, definitely there's a much more awareness that you have to be ready, and there's a lot of talk about device procurement and things associated with actually delivering a computer-based test. So I would say definitely more.
One of the things that ETS has been doing is an outbound effort where they contact school districts. For example, they'll contact the large school district and go meet with them and talk specifically, what are the issues that you're facing, what are the things that you need resources in or support in. And there's been this dialogue between LEAs and the contractor in terms of helping them prepare for the field test. So, and there's also hand-holding in terms of if they need technical assistance, if they need help to prepare or fill out the TRT, ETS can send someone there to work with them through that. So there's a lot of hand-holding going on, if you will, in helping them prepare.
And then for some of the geographically remote sites, how much work is there going to need, additional work is needed, say for schools that are out in the hinterlands or out on the reservation sites where there might be some public schools? Has there been any attention on any special or particular needs for those schools that you're aware of?
So I think there is, and it's at the county level that the assistance is being provided. So what we saw in El Dorado County for their 15 districts is the county has definitely taken a leadership role in making sure that they're filling out the TRT, that they have the network capacity or the the assistance from the county office on the technology side. So I do see that's an example. I think the stories, I have more of them especially from the north. There are areas where they run on a generator, and at night the generator gets turned off, and so they don't have access to the internet in the evenings. I mean, that's the reality in those areas, but they're used to that, right? This is not unusual for them. It's not like they've had internet over the years. This has always been a challenge. I think if anything, this is providing more of a microscope of those issues. We have now one of the PUC members that is very interested in this subject, and so you're raising the awareness of those gaps statewide, and there is a GIS map that's being put together on under the direction of the governor's office on this on the connectivity issue, and where we can perhaps tap into our state agencies, our sister agencies, to get these school districts connectivity. But the reality is there's not really connectivity there. So it's on a limited basis. It's this very there's unique ways in which they're putting together, I think, what they can do for a field test. And
you got to the answer that I was looking for concerning mapping what our system looks like, but I wasn't really sure how to probe you or ask you for that information and who all was going to be involved in doing, because this is an undertaking just the department alone can't do. And so the fact that there has been a purposeful plan to involve other state agencies is important. But I also wanted to make sure the department had a chance to talk about the level of specificity and what level of granularity you've actually gone through in the analysis, because that's not necessarily, even though you all understand all that, there were some things in your presentation that you spoke to with kind of a shorthand that you're familiar with, but you take for granted we know exactly what all of that meant. So I had just one last question. That's about the testing window. I'm hearing you say that there's going to be variability on the testing windows as LEAs are assigned. Have districts been told when this assignment information is going to be given to them?
They already have the assignments. So they were given the assignments a couple of weeks ago. So each of them have received their assignments. And the kinds of issues that we're seeing is that our spring break is in the middle of our window. Can you work with us? So ETS has contacted them and is working through them, as I said, on a case-by-case basis.
And are you going to post those testing windows?
They are posted. Okay. They're on the ETS Caltech webpage.
Okay, then maybe I should finish my question. Are you going to post that information in a way that's accessible to folks in California who wouldn't think to look on the ETS website?
We can certainly do that.
Okay.
Board Member Holliday?
So at the end of the field test, what happens? At the end of the field test, the Smarter Balanced Consortium takes the data and
takes the data, does their analysis, determines what the item bank, what items are going to go into the item bank, does the equating, does standard setting. They're all of the normal things that we would do as part of the follow-up process to field testing to prepare for the operational assessment.
We've also asked for some feedback on the technology side of what it takes to run, since we're doing a real test of the system with everybody in. The technology side, how many servers does it take? What's the hardware involved? What are they seeing in trends as far as we assign these testing windows? What's the peaks and valleys of the system? Did we maximize our utilization? So we have asked for that kind of those reports back. We've asked to be kept abreast of it throughout the test window, not just at the very end. So if we need to adjust, accordingly, we can. So those are on the technology side. We're definitely asking for some feedback as well.
it's great that in terms of technology, you've already thought about collecting responses from districts and schools about
one of the things that we are doing is working with our contractor to kind of identify what we think the issues may be and how we would resolve them, how we'd report back out on them. And so we're working with our colleagues here and with our contractors to brainstorm in terms of what those issues could be and how we'll respond to them and report out on them.
I'm just thinking that any number of schools and districts will have a lot of interesting feedback and comments, not just about technology, but also about the experiences their students had, about other really useful information. Is there a plan to have some sort of vehicle for schools and districts and individual teachers and students to provide the CDE with lots of, and us with lots of feedback about how the field test went.
ETS is producing a survey that will go to LEAs that will provide the information about their experience and the concerns that they had and the successes. So that's one of the things that we want to be able to look to. You know, we're all concerned about the things that might happen or that could potentially go wrong, but there are going to be a lot of success stories out there, and so we want to be able to make sure we share those as well.
Excellent. I'm glad that's in the works.
Superintendent.
President Kirst, of course, we're all seeing how hugely important this is. It's a huge challenge. It's not flipping a light switch and everything's going to start running. It was one of the benefits of 484 that I think we all saw, that by setting a firm deadline and allowing districts to not have one foot in the past or attention to the old CSTs, but to really focus on the field test. It set a deadline. It's a reality check. And as I travel up and down the state, I see districts responding. They're past some of the worst of the budget, the governor's proposed budget, with the pay down of the deferrals. It takes some anxiety off other places where administrators and school boards were having to devote their time and really to focus on this. So I see districts, figuring out how to use the $1.25 billion block grant, their share, and it's wonderful that it's like manna from heaven, they say, as they have the professional development, as they have the opportunity to buy equipment. So we're getting a sense of how much of that money is already out the door and in purchasing or providing the professional development, and then what is coming. But I do believe we need more funds dedicated to this so that we'll get a big chunk of the backlog needs addressed in this window between now and June. But we have big numbers when you look at those costs for bringing bandwidth, bringing a high-speed network into other areas. And so some districts are looking at their local bond measures, talking to their bond councils, figuring out what they can do in terms of some of the equipment needs. So it's huge. And I think it's correct, President Kirst, let's keep this on the agenda each month, and then perhaps even bringing back some of the mapping information. There's also high-speed and digital connection networks being planned by the PUC, and I've gone on record supporting those, so we are advocating with other agencies. This is tens of millions of dollars of investment in rural counties and in places that are hard to get to, and there may be, I hope there will be a continuing discussion about a state bond measure, and where we have a need to modernize some of our schools with antennas and different types of access in rural counties like Glenn and Colusa. They're talking about using the sheriff's communications tower to put a communication device on that would allow digital access through a triangulation between different towers. So it's interesting in different parts of the state how they're addressing it, but it's a reality check, and districts are now really focusing in. And it's not just for the assessment. The more powerful reason for doing this is because of the day-to-day learning and the chance to connect to the internet and to rich curriculum that's engaging and individualize the instruction towards our students.
Okay, other questions? Public comment?
For item 4, we have 2 speakers, Doug McRae and Will Stepp. Please line up, 2 minutes.
Good morning, President Kirst, board members, and Superintendent Torlakson. My name is Will Stapp. I'm the president of the Alliance for Public Waldorf Education. The Alliance is a nonprofit membership organization dedicated to the support of high-quality public Waldorf education in North America. We've got 45 members across the country and 20 in California. We have pedagogical and technological concerns about the field test, and we're requesting a categorical waiver for our schools. Our K-8 schools for 2014. We would also like the CDE to designate a liaison for discussions regarding the establishment of future Smarter Balance pencil and paper test options for grades 3 through 6. Guided by a developmental philosophy, the public Waldorf schools curriculum typically does not introduce computer technology till about 6th grade. Consequently, most of our younger students are not going to be prepared to take a computerized test. We're not Luddites. We accept technology as an important part of modern life. However, our developmental model suggests that early formative years focused on concrete experience, direct human interaction, and an engaged imagination establish a substantial foundation for the subsequent learning and ultimate educational goal of skilled, thoughtful, and active citizens. The Waldorf approach has been highly successful, as documented by our STAR and API scores. Our schools are early adopters of the Common Core, and we've invested in a Common Core Waldorf curriculum alignment. We also have invested and are currently in process of have a formative assessment handbook and implementation guide underway. It's led by the project is led by Bob Anderson, a former CDE employee who worked in standards curriculum and assessment. Many of our teachers and administrators were involved in the effort to craft technology purchase plans for their respective schools this year. And as a group, we intend to be very thoughtful about how we introduce technology to our younger students. Given the experimental nature, given the experimental nature of the test, we request time to work with CDE for options. Thank you.
Yeah. As I understand it, you can apply for a waiver, but this part of the law is not waivable. And so we don't have the authority to issue a waiver. Some areas we can issue waivers, some of them we can't, and this is one that we cannot. But you can submit it, and we'll go from there. Go ahead, Mr. McCray.
Morning, there's a handout coming around. Wait a minute.
Yeah, please start. Please start.
Okay, there's a handout coming around. My name is Doug McRae. I'm a retired testing specialist from Monterey. I'd like to focus on the technology readiness for computer-administered tests. With paper and pencil tests, it's a given that pencils are needed for each and every student. I recall pencils for machine-scored tests back in the 50s and 60s when I was in K-12 schools. Were a problem. The machines for scoring those students required a special electrographic type of a pencil that left dark, shiny marks on answer sheets. We have a parallel situation now with computer-administered tests. Individual school has to have a sufficient number of devices and bandwidth for all of their students before they can do a computer-administered test. Last summer, the TRT information said about 45% of our schools had the technology capacity for smarter balance. I couldn't quite figure from the staff presentation how much that percentage may have gone up or has gone up. Undoubtedly, it has. We only have information from a third of the schools, with 80% of those having capacity, but that calculates out to less than 45%, so that doesn't make sense. I would note, as the staff noted, significantly greater technology capacity is needed for the operational test in 2015 compared to 2014 for several reasons. A second comment, the status of replacement tests for NCS. The replacement NCS test for our Kappa kids is not clear. It's not clear to me at all. We'll be ready in 2015 or even 2016. Finally, we don't have detailed costs for operational assessments. The governor's budget last week gave us a clue, an increment of $46 million that would bring the previous $13 student cost up to approximately $32 per student with the lower number of kids. My handout has a few additional concerns for the field test. Thank you.
Okay, I'm now, because of we're running a little late, going to move the agenda around. We need to move to item 7, the Senate Youth Program, and then we will do our closed session before lunch. So I'm ready now for item 7. The department will present on this. Is somebody here today? Go ahead. Member
Sorry,
Burke.
I wanted to just clarify the issue about paper and pencil test, Deb or Diane, before you run out of the room, for purposes of our speaker from Waldorf. Just to be clear that there will be a paper and pencil option of Smarter Balanced, as I recall, for up to 3 years.
Correct.
After it's fully implemented.
Correct.
But I know it's not available in the field
Not
test, but
available
it
for the
will
field
be
test.
available going forward. So I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure that they were aware of that. And because just to reinforce what President Kerr said, we're not allowed under state law to waive testing requirements. Those are.
We wouldn't even bring it to you.
Right, so
Yes,
we wouldn't be able to consider a waiver. But I think that your suggestion about continuing to work with the department, and Deb can help you with who that would be, and knowledge of the availability of the paper and pencil test for 3 years after Smarter Balanced is fully operational might be of some assistance.
Yes. Thank you, Member Burke. And we'll talk with the folks.
Okay. We're ready for the presentation as soon as you are.
Good morning, President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. My name is Craig Cheslog, Principal Advisor to Superintendent Torlakson, and it is my pleasure to join you this morning to present to you California's delegates and alternates to the 2014 United States Senate Youth Program. The United States Senate Youth Program provides an educational experience for outstanding high school students interested in pursuing careers in public service. The program is an annual scholarship competition established in 1962 and funded by the William Randolph Hearst Foundation and endorsed by the United States Senate. This year's program will be held in Washington, D.C. from March 8th through 15th. Student delegates will hear major policy addresses by senators, cabinet members, officials from the Departments of State and Defense, and directors of other agencies. They will also participate in a meeting with the Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Each state, the District of Columbia and the Department of Defense, select 2 high school seniors or juniors to participate in the program. Each state also selects 2 alternates in case one of the delegates is unable to participate. Students must be nominated by their high school principal, A selection committee from the California Department of Education reviewed eligible nominees who submitted the required paperwork. Selection was based on a student's outstanding abilities and demonstrated qualities of leadership. Students must also be currently serving in at least one elected office at their high school or in an elected or appointed position, serving a constituency in an approved educational or civic organization. The Hearst Foundation pays all the expenses for the delegates, including transportation, lodging, and meals. In addition, each delegate receives a $5,000 college scholarship from the foundation. Today, we honor 4 exemplary California high school students, starting with California's 2 delegates. Daniel Cameron Hamidi, a senior at Valencia High School in the Placentia Yorba Linda Unified School District, and Sabrina Van Zuden, a senior at Hilltop High School in the Sweetwater Union High School District. If you'd come up. Daniel's application explained his passion for politics and the law. He has been an associated student body officer and starting in 2011 has been a student representative to the school site council. He is also state speaker of the Assembly for Junior State of America, one of numerous JSA offices he has held throughout his high school career. He is the captain of the school's mock trial team and director of youth outreach for Boys State, among many other activities, including volunteering for more than 200 hours as an American Cancer Society legislative ambassador and several hundred more hours working for political campaigns or other community-based organizations. Daniel wants to open a nonprofit organization to provide counseling for abused women and children. He also wants to major in ethics, politics, and economics. Sabrina is vice president of the Associated Student Body, a student representative to the school site council, and for the past 2 years, president of the Hilltop High United with Uganda Club, which raises funds for a sister school in Kampala, Uganda. She has been a member of the academic league team since her freshman year, serving as president in her junior year. Sabrina has also been a library volunteer, an elementary and high school tutor, and a San Diego County Registrar of Voters volunteer. In her junior year, she was presented with the Frederick Douglass and Susan B. Anthony Award through the University of Rochester for demonstrated commitment to understanding and addressing difficult social issues, leadership, and dedication to community action, in addition to her strong grades and rigorous courses. She was one of 6 students to represent America at the International Youth Forum, a leadership conference in South Korea. Sabrina wants to earn a master's degree in sociology and participate in research specifically in regards to human trafficking. These are California's 2 delegates to the United States Senate Youth Program for 2014. I would also like to introduce you to California's alternates to the program who will go if one of our delegates is unable to attend. California's first alternate is Justin Mark Hopkins, a senior at Loyola High School in Los Angeles. Justin, you can come forward. Justin is president of the Associated Student Body and was a representative in his junior year and class president in both his sophomore and freshman years. Justin has been president for the past 3 years of the Loyola Parliamentary Speech and Debate and president and founder of the Loyola Bipartisan Club. He is also president of the Cedars-Sinai Hospital Teen Advisory Board and is a Music for Healing singer, volunteering more than 450 hours. He is a member of the Loyola Choir and lead singer in a local band. As president of the Loyola Peace and Justice Coalition, Justin traveled to Sacramento to lobby for Senate Bill 9, the fair sentencing for youth legislation signed into law by Governor Brown in September. California's second alternate is William O. William, a senior at Golden Valley High School in the William S. Hart Union High School District. William is president of the Associated Student Body. He has been active in school politics since his freshman year when he was class president. Since the beginning of his high school career, he has been continually active in school events and politics, including as founder and president of the Community Service-Oriented Octagon Club, president of the Speech and Debate Club, co-president of the Key Club, board member of the City of Santa Clarita Visions and Progress Youth Advisory Committee, and as a summer intern for Congressman McKeon. Our alternates from the state of California for the 2014 program. And with that, President Kirst and Superintendent Torlakson, if it is your pleasure, I believe we have certificates and an opportunity for photos with the students.
Oh, sure. We'll come down. What a talented group of young people here. Leaders. Congratulations. Great to see you. Congratulations. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for all your outstanding work. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, you do that. There you go. Okay. Got the wide angle lens. Great. And we have certificates to give them?
Certificates, yes.
We'll give half the mic and I'll...
So here's Daniel's. And Sabrina's.
Sabrina?
Thank you. And Justin. And William.
Congratulations again. Thank you. Incredible. Outstanding.
Thank
Wow.
you so much. Thank
Keep
you.
up the great work.
Thank you, President Hurst. Thank you very much.
All right, the board will now go to closed session, and then we will go to lunch. Yeah, and the board will reconvene at 1, and then I will announce the outcome of the closed session, and we'll resume with our agenda where we are on item 5. So we need people to leave? Pardon? Oh, the case, okay. The case is Vergara versus the State of California.
You guys are going upstairs.
forget your hat, but leave your worries, leave them on the doorstep. Life's sweet. Just direct your feet to the sunny, sunny side of the street. Hop, bob, a newton, that pitter-pat. You know that happy tune is my step. Life's all right if you dig that beat on the sunny, sunny side of the street. Used to walk in the shade with my blues on parade. What a track, old man, getting stuck in the shade. Get hip, don't be afraid. Moving on over, keep yourself in the clover. Only hit for a cent, who cares? Rich as Rockefeller can't be beat. Gold dust round my feet on the sunny, sunny side of the street. Hi there, Dan, what you say?
Step aside, partner, it's my day. Bend an ear and listen to my version
Of a really solid Tennessee excursion.
Pardon me, boy, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo?
Yes, yes, track 29.
Boy, you can give me a shine.
Can you afford to board the Chattanooga choo-choo?
I've got my fare and just a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about 3:45. Read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore.
Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer
than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina.
When you hear the whistle blow and 8 to the bar, then you'll know that Tennessee is not very far.
Shovel all the coal in, gotta keep it rolling.
Woo woo Chattanooga, there you are.
There's gonna be a certain party at the station.
Satin and lace.
I used to call Funny Face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that I'll never roam.
So Chattanooga choo-choo,
won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga, Chattanooga,
get aboard,
Chattanooga, Chattanooga,
all aboard.
Chattanooga choo-choo,
won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga choo-choo.
after waivers. Oh, wait a minute, they're before, yeah, they're after waivers. That's all I have to say. Proposed waivers and proposed consent. Yeah. Very last thing. Okay, the board will reconvene, and we have an announcement first on the closed session. In closed session, the board discussed and/or took action on the case Vergara versus the state. So now we're ready for item 5, the measurement of academic performance and progress. Diane Hernandez will present.
Oops. Good afternoon again. Both items 5 and 6 are action items that require your consideration and hopefully your approval. Assembly Bill 44 established the Education Code. Established in the Education Code deletes the provisions that establish the STAR program and establishes the measurement of academic performance and progress, or MAP, referenced in the proposed regulations as the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or as we know it now, CASP. Education Code also requires that on or before July 1st, 2014, Title V regulations be revised by you, the State Board, to conform to the changes that are made in Education Code. Education Code also grants authority to develop emergency regulations, which, if approved, are projected to go into effect likely February 4th, 2014. Item 5 recommends the adoption of the proposed regulations as Education Code went into effect on January 1, 2014. Adoption would also allow the implementation of the CASP system. Item 5 also requests that the board approve the finding of emergency and direct the department to circulate the required notice of proposed emergency action and then submit the emergency regulations to the Office of Administrative Law for approval. Also, if the OAL has concerns or questions or has direction for us, the department could respond to that. Attachments 1, 2, and 3 address these requirements and include an anticipated timeline for implementation. Also provided is an economic fiscal impact statement that was provided today as an item addendum. Item 6, on the other hand, recommends that the board approve the proposed permanent regulations, approve the notice of proposed rulemaking, and direct the department to commence the rulemaking process, and approve the initial statement of reasons, and lastly, respond to any concerns that the OAL might have. And for item 6, there are 3 attachments that address each of these requirements. So we have 2 packages, the emergency package, emergency regulation package, and item 6 is the permanent package. So if I may, I want to provide just a brief recap of the proposed regulations. First, the regulations propose general changes to them that would include grammatical edits, renumbering of the line numbering, replacing the term STAR program with CASP, etc. Many of the proposed amendments update the previous STAR regulations. For example, the roles of the CASP LEA coordinator and the CASP test site coordinator have been updated to reflect the changes in law. The test security agreement and the test security affidavit, which are for 2 different reasons. One is for the LEA coordinator, and one is for the site coordinator, and the other one is for the people that administer the test and oversee that. Those documents are updated to reflect changes in law. The apportionment sections of the regulations have also been updated to reflect changes to CASP. Other important changes include the term school district is now replaced with local educational agency. This section also clarifies how charter schools participate in testing. For example, local funded charters must test with and dependent on the LEA that granted their charter. In section 853, it outlines how and when LEAs are to use the interim assessments and the formative tools, and clarifies who would score each of those documents or those materials. Another section, 853.5, has been revised to include the Smarter Balanced Universal Tools, Designated Supports, and Accommodations. Previously, this section referred to the variations, accommodations, and modifications that were part of the STAR program. Section 855 is amended to address the change in test from the STAR program to CASP, including revising the testing windows, differentiating them dependent on the grade level and the type of the test. For example, for 2013-14, each LEA will administer the Smarter Balance field test as prescribed by the department. And you heard me talk a little about the assignment of windows in item 4. So that's how we're prescribing that the field test be administered. Also in the regulations, proposed regulations, for those tests that continue to be administered, you recall that the CST and CMA for science in grades 5, 8, and 10, and the CAPA for ELA and math in grades 2 through 11, and science in grades 5, 8, and 10 shall continue to be administered, and they will be administered during the 25 instructional days. That includes the 12 instructional days before and after the date of completion. And if this sounds familiar, this is the previous STAR testing window. So for the existing CST, CMA, and CAPA that will continue to be administered, they'll follow the same procedure for testing during that window. For the Smarter Balance assessment beginning in 2014-15, the test will be administered during the following testing windows. For grades 3 through 8, the testing window will be administered shall not begin until at least 66% of the school's annual instructional days have been delivered, and testing may continue up to and including the last day of instruction for the regular school year. For grades 3 through 8, the testing window shall not begin until at least 66% of the school's annual instructional days have been completed, and testing may continue to go up to and include the last day of instruction for that regular school calendar. So for a 180-day school year, 66% of the school year occurs after the 100th and 20th day of instruction. So this would essentially allow for students in grades 3 through 8 a 12-week testing window. For grade 11, the testing window shall not begin until at least 80% of a school's annual instructional days have been completed. And testing again may continue up to and including the last day of school during that regular school calendar. So for a 180-day school year, 80% of a school year occurs after the 144th instructional day. And this would allow for grade 11 students a 7-week window for testing. Moving on, this section is also amended to allow the CDE with board approval to require LEAs to administer the test at a particular time within the window in order to limit the use of interim assessments when the K-12 high-speed network is at capacity. This is necessary to ensure that the technological capacity of the state to administer the computer-based test is not compromised. So there's a concern that we could be doing summative assessments, interim assessments, and the usual day-to-day activities within a school on that system. So if there were concern about that, we could suggest or we could ask an LEA to administer the test within a certain time frame within their window. That's provided as a regulation. Section 861 is amended to address the change in processing data between LEAs and CalPADs. Section 864 through 878 deal with how the tests are ordered, delivered, and returned back to the contractor, similar to previous processes for the paper-based tests. And lastly, I should point out that there are 3 non-substantive corrections that are being made to these proposed regulations, and they are on page 6, lines 13 and 14, currently reads Pupils Individualized Education Plan, when of course it should say Pupils Individualized Education Program. The second one is on page 19, line 29. This line should be deleted as it was never intended to be included in this section. That's number 8, abacus for non-specified mathematics and science. The deletion will require renumbering lines 30, 31, and 32, and page 20, line 1, because of this elimination. And actually, the use of an abacus as a non-embedded accommodation is already found on page 18, line 12. And the third one is on page 33, line 7. We're simply adding the word "and." The statement reads, "Keep all the CAPA materials in a securely locked room and, when possible, in a locked storage cabinet." So those are the 3 minor corrections that we are currently making. And so with that, if you take questions, comments?
Well, first of all, you're asking for separate action on 5 and 6.
Correct.
Okay, so let's start with item 5 and see if, pardon? Sure, well, we can have a motion. Well, let's have some discussion. Go ahead.
To the section about the formative and the interim. What is that 800, what section was that again?
The section about that they're
We're gonna
made
provide them to
available
the
for them, or
Right,
that we
right.
would talk to district about not administering?
So I want to talk a little bit about what's going to be available and the administration. So which section should I look at?
So let's go back to, so talking about the capacity issue.
Well, maybe my question is, when is the formative and the interim going to be available to districts?
Okay. So currently, the field test is going to take place this April of 2014. It's anticipated that we'll have the formative tools, the first phase of formative tools available. That's through the digital library. And then the interim tests are designed to be ready next I have to double check, but I think it's fall 2014. It is fall.
2014.
And so at the point when we're doing the summative testing, we want to just be ensured that we have the capacity for schools that want to administer the summative test, also provide students the access to interim assessment and the formative tools. So concerned about capacity during that time frame and be able to allow them to continue their general activities within the school. So that's why we're putting this proposal recommendation to be able to limit that.
And are both of them, both the formative and the interim, will they be adaptive?
The interim will be, but not the formative. Not the formative. The formative are a set of tools and resources that a district or LEA could use.
So the adaptive is the interim. Okay. And then I had,
I understand that these are regulations that we need as a result of 484, but would you talk about the testing window, what we have now, and how that changes, and just be more, just kind of elaborate a little bit on that from what we have now and why it's so long?
Okay. So for the STAR program, the testing window has been within a LEA at the point in which the student has received 85% of their instructional year, 12 days before, 12 days after that day, that would be their window. So for a STAR program previously, the window would start somewhere in February for some schools and more close to June, July. And it was depending on their school year. For this process, it's different in terms of they will be assigned a window. So throughout the state, the testing window will be the same for LEAs. So as I said, for students that are in grades 3 through 8, their instructional window will be at the point in which they have received 66% of their instructional year. And then, of course, for grade 8 or 11, it would be at the point in which they receive 80% of their instructional year.
And so 66%, I mean, it's pretty significantly different from 85% that what we've been under.
Mm-hmm.
And is that because just the access to the technology and how long it takes to use the new tools with what we have to do under Smarter Balance?
I'll speak to a little bit, and then maybe Deb can step in as well. But there's a concern around capacity, that if you had all students in grades 3 through 8 and 11 testing at the same time, you would have capacity issues. And beyond that, I don't know, did you want to add anything to that?
So yes, the issue is, one of the issues is that due to the technology environment, they want to make sure that folks have a long time to complete the test. So that's, remember, the 66% is the start, but then schools have till the end of the year for operational, right? Not for field tests. So separate out those two things. And so I think after the field test, we'll have some information about, because the field test is 3 phases, so we'll have information about kind of this, how folks test and kind of impact to the system and such. It might be that we come back to you a little bit later and perhaps narrow that window a bit, but for right now, this is what we're doing. This is a consortium-wide window. The other thing is that with a computer-based system or a computer adaptive system, it's quite possible that you could have a small set of students that are going to access the test at a particular time in the window during a classroom, and then there might be another, you could then kind of shift those students through. It's possible to differentiate your assessment, if you will. So let's say you've had a group of students that perhaps were out and missed a particular lesson or something. You could actually wait and have them actually take the test when they were ready. So we'll have some more information after the field test in terms of timing. So
just to follow up on that, is that I know that's your recommendation for now. So is it likely that I'm actually particularly concerned about the 66%, and I understand the reason on it. So it's likely that we'll hear after the field test that you're going to recommend maybe narrowing it. I mean, it just seems
narrowing it a little bit,
85%.
Yeah, I think we need to be a little bit careful because we are part of a consortium. Yeah. So, we did commit to to go along with those particular rules. So again, we're not suggesting that you have to start at 66%, and I think it's safe to say that most people will not. I think that they will not use all 12 weeks. I think that what people will try to do is adjust their window to something that they're very familiar with, and certainly that can accommodate whatever their environment happens to be. If it's a lab or if it's, one-on-one devices, that's going to make a difference. So individual districts are going to have to think about what that scheduling looks like for them.
Plus, looking at their field test this year, their window during the participation in the field test will kind of give them some indication of whether this year's window, was big enough or large enough.
Right. Member Holliday.
Yeah, I would not encourage restricting the window. I would encourage allowing schools and districts to have as much flexibility as they want.
Yeah.
There may be some students that just makes a lot of sense for them to get the test out of the way early for all sorts of reasons, and yet to give the rest as much time as they need. Right. I just think it's too prescriptive to start zeroing in on a 2-week window or any nonsense like that. Yeah.
And to your point, some of the states that have online assessment, that have these kinds of windows, what happens, it's kind of organic. What happens is that exactly as you point out, you've got students that are assessing at different points in the window because that's what's appropriate for that student. So that's what we hope to get to. So we're trying to start broad. I don't know where the consortium will end up, so I'm just kind of getting you ready in case we have to bring something back. It's
also one of the great advantages of the computer-based assessment is that it can be this flexible, and we should keep that flexibility open.
Board Member Rucker.
I also share Board Member Holliday's agreement that having this greater flexibility inside the testing window for locals is probably even more important now than in the days when we had the more traditional standardized paper and pencil assessment. From the outside looking in, I think people are going to be concerned that we're suddenly going to have entire schools of students taking a test for 12 weeks, and that's not the way it was intended to work.
No.
This is giving this large, long window gives the LEA the maximum amount of flexibility across the whole LEA to decide how and the best manner to deliver the test based on their capacity. So I think that that's a good point that needs to be made very, very clear, because I don't think people really understand that's the intent, at least for the field test. And when we get to the operational test, that will be the same issue. The other question I do have is a plan B. Let's just say something happens with, what? Let's just say something happens, and inside that window, once the LA begins giving the assessment, for some reason, the machinery gums up and they stop having the ability to continue the assessment. I'm going to assume the answer is yes, we have a plan B, but is that plan B going to be individualized for the LEA, or is there just a specific protocol that they are supposed to follow?
Well, remember that the field test is going to allow us to try out these things to hopefully by the time we get to the operational test, we won't have the kinds of issues that you might anticipate. But that's why one of the reasons why the window is so big. So there is that flexibility. So let's say you have a student that starts testing in the front end and is absent for some time, the student can come back later in the window and complete testing. Or you have a student that comes in late, or you have an issue with your technology in the front end of your window, and that's adjusted, and then you can assess your students later in the window. So that's the whole purpose of this larger window, is to be able to provide flexibility on a number of different levels, technology as well as student issues or things like that too.
Okay, maybe we ought to have a motion at this point?
So I move the CD recommendations to include approve the finding for emergency, adopt the proposed emergency regulations, direct the CDE to circulate the required notice, and authorize CDE to take any necessary ministerial actions.
Second.
Okay, public comment.
Who seconded it? Was it Aida? Did you second it?
Public comment.
Yes, for item 5, we have 5 speakers: Doug McRae, Rajal Massaro, Marta Zaragoza Diaz, Eric Premack, and Sarah Lillis. 2 minutes, please line up.
Okay, please begin.
Okay, my name is Doug McRae, testing specialist from Monterey. There's a handout, if you haven't seen it, I just gave it to Beth. It covers both items 5 and item 6, so I'll be back under item 6 to complete this comment. I'd like to focus on the test administration window for the operational tests in 2015. The draft regs are a 12-week window for 3 through 8, 7 weeks for grade 11. The proposed window for 3 through 8, in my opinion, as a testing specialist, is far too long for 2 reasons. Number 1, test security. All kids within a given grade level in a given school need to be tested within a 1-week period to keep tests secure. Otherwise, there's too much sharing of information among kids inadvertently, and potential for other more serious security. Secondly, for comparability of scores across schools, all kids in a given school need to be tested within a 4 or 5 week. Those are fundamental educational measurement kinds of things. I'd be happy to discuss them further. Violating those kinds of guidelines yields low-quality test results. Given these requirements, I'd recommend the board change the test administration window for grades 3 through 8 to be the same as grade 11. That is, from 80% of the school year on to the end of the school year, with a guideline to test kids between the 80% point and day 170, 2 weeks before the end of school, with just makeups and emergencies at the last 2 weeks of school. I'd also suggest adding regulations requiring schools to calculate technology capacities for the above testing window, requiring a school to delay initiation of computerized administered tests until the required capacity is met for all students in that school. I'd also strongly recommend the regulation allowing CDE staff to require whiter windows for selected schools for technology reasons be deleted. That's going the direction of low-quality testing. I'll have additional comments on item 6 to complete that handout. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Rajal Massaro with Public Advocates. My comments are about Section 853.5 on the use of universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. I'm concerned about a potential weakening in the trigger for accommodations for English learners. In the old regulation, Section G, crossed out on page 15, it says that identified English learner pupils shall be permitted to the following test variations if regularly used in the classroom or for assessment. And the new regulation, which is on page 16 and 17, sections C and D for embedded and non-embedded, says that the LEA may provide pupils with the following embedded tested designated supports unless otherwise designated when determined for use by an educator or group of educators. And that process is not clear. Like, I don't understand what the process of determination would be. And I noticed the change from the shall be permitted to they may be provided. So that's a concern we have. Another concern is in the previous section G2, also on page 15, I'm sorry, G3, there's a statement, English learners shall have the opportunity to ask clarifying questions about any test directions provided orally in their primary language. This is also missing in the new regulations. I'm not sure why. It does not appear to be one of the changes that would change the construct of the test under the new section H. And then finally, I'll note that G2 is eliminated, and that was for additional supervised breaks for English learners. So I'm just concerned about the potential weakening in what used to be a trigger and now is a determination that's sort of unclear in that process. And I know now with Smarter Balance we have teachers maybe administering or testing administrators, and so we're concerned about clear communication in terms of the students that need those accommodations. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Neither one. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, and I'm representing CABE as well as Californians Together. And our concerns also relates to Section 85.3.5, universal tools, designated support and accommodations as shown in Attachment 3. As you know, the issue of accommodations for English learners has been a long-standing issue with us ever since the development of the new assessment. We believe that striking out G on page, well, let me backtrack. G on page 15 is much stronger with regards to accommodations being provided to English learners, and the new F on page 18 makes it permissive. So we would recommend that you not delete the stronger language that's reflected in the old regs under G, and that you include the additional accommodations in the new H under the new old G. Additionally, we believe that there should be definitions included in terms of what's embedded accommodation and non-embedded accommodation for the public who are not test experts. Thank you.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. We have a concern about the language on page 10 that would require locally funded schools to have locally funded charter schools to administer their, or have their tests administered essentially by the school district. We think this could lead to a number of very impractical situations, particularly where the charter schools may have completely different technology, different networks, different calendars, different facilities, et cetera, and forcing a marriage there, we think is probably unnecessary. We also would like to explore more additional flexibility with regard to the staffing requirements on the tests, on who administers them. Right now, that kind of varies a little bit depending on what particular subsection you're looking at, but in general, they tend to require it be an employee of the LEA. We'd like to see it explore the options of having appropriately trained volunteers and contractors as well. In the interest of time, I will not come up on item 6, but the next item, but my concerns there are the same. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sarah Lillis with Ed Voice, and we have a few concerns and comments as well. On the cost estimate, it's inaccurate to state that these emergency regulations will not result in any additional costs in federal funds to the state, because as far as we know, the waiver from the U.S. Department has not yet been approved, and so the current proposal as it stands could result in the loss of federal funds, and I think that needs to be reflected. Moreover, until such a waiver is granted, these regulations violate the requirements of ESEA. We share some of the concerns about the extended testing window that have already been expressed, particularly how they would seriously negatively affect some schools and districts when California returns to a statewide accountability system with consequences. We do appreciate the clarity in Section 862A6 on ensuring the LEAs receive statutory apportionment associated with Ed Code 60644, requiring LEAs to report on the number of pupils in grade 2 administered a diagnostic assessment. And we're hopeful that Section 863 means that LEAs will be required to transmit pupil results to parents and guardians beginning in the 2013-14 school year for any test that may be required to be administered in compliance with ESEA as that's resolved. And another note is that in the regulations, we see no mention of the term adaptive, despite the fact that the conversation around the statute would refer to computer adaptive tests. And so these regulations leave it ambiguous if they will have within grade level rigor adaptivity or across grade level rigor adaptivity, or if this is just a fixed form test given on a computer. The only place the term adaptivity appears that we found in our search is when talking about adaptive furniture, and the administrative standard there is being changed, and the allowance or authority for that is being changed, and we're not sure where that was established in statute. And just a bit perplexed about why the name was changed from statute and why the title of Article 2 does not say standards-based anymore. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Does the department want to respond to any of these issues that are raised?
Well, there are a number of things that were shared, and some of them I could explain in terms of some of the things that were noted are actually embedded in the universal design principles that are provided at the front end. Some of the English language things are provided as designated supports. So many of the things that were shared are in there in perhaps a different way. There are a couple of things that we will certainly take a look at. And of course, there's always the opportunity to provide written comment as provided in the proposed, the notice of proposed emergency action.
So, Board Member Burr.
So two of the issues that were raised, I do need additional clarification on it. And I think that the two speakers who talked about the English learner accommodations, it does read as if there were originally required to be accommodation for English learners, and now it's permissive. So help me with that.
So the designated supports are designed for perhaps English learners, and there are a number of things that can access. So if you think about the three things that we have, the universal tools, the designated supports, and the accommodations, an English learner could have any of those three depending on whether they need general access to all of the things that are provided in the universal tools, whether they need designated supports that are identified by a teacher or a team of folks, or whether they need accommodations that would be provided by an IEP team. So,
But I think the issue was raised, which I agree with, and I'm actually an assessment liaison. I don't know what that means if I'm a parent. I don't know how do I access it. If I'm a parent of an English learner and my English learner needs to have any of those three, I can't tell from reading the regulations how I will be assured that my English learner student will get those accommodations. It looks like it's permissive.
Yeah. And to some degree, it does provide flexibility. So this is the Smarter Balance document that goes out across the consortium, and it provided the flexibility around designated supports that would allow for example, students with English learners, students who are attention deficit disorder, to have that access. But it's the school as a local issue or a local decision as to how to what assistance that student would get for that English learner.
But the school is compelled to provide the assistance. Is that accurate? Just like if I have a special ed student and I have an IEP,
right.
it spells out what kind of accommodations, and I'm assured that my student will get those accommodations. If I'm a parent of an English learner who doesn't have an IEP, how am I assured that the school is going to provide the accommodation my student needs?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and it was the same way with variations, part of the STAR program, that they were provided, but there was no plan. There's no plan for an English learner like there is an IEP team. So it's incumbent on the district or the LEA to make decisions around those students as to what kinds of resources they would provide.
But the regs, I think, and not, Diane, I don't mean to be argumentative, but the prior regs, which is what the advocates are responding to, were clear that they had to be provided. They were required to be provided.
Right.
The new language looks as if it's
Okay.
permissive. So that, I'm trying to understand the distinction there. So while they're looking, the other question is about the charter schools. Why was the change made to require charters that are not direct funded, if I read it correctly?
That comes from AB 484. That was an education code, and so the regulation responds to code.
So it's a statutory change, not a regulatory.
So just a little bit. I don't think that the prior regs actually required it. What it says is that they shall be permitted. So these also, I mean, we could change it to shall be permitted. I think what we're trying to do, the way the system works is that many of these variations are actually embedded into the system. And so some actually a student will have access to, if they choose to have access to them. Some, a teacher or someone who's familiar with the school's educational program will have to actually turn on an accommodation, if you will. So I don't, it wasn't our intent to lessen the obligation on a school, but it doesn't say will be. It does say shall be permitted, so there is some permissiveness in the old language as well. So I'm not sure, we just say, so the difference may provide all pupils. What we don't want to do is say that they have to be required, because there are some variations, some designated supports that quite frankly would get in the way, right? What we don't want to do is have someone provide every possible accommodation or designated support because they're there. In reality, that is not an appropriate thing to do for a student, particularly if they have not had those in an instructional setting.
And so is there a definition that I missed about embedded versus non-embedded and what that means?
There is an embedded definition, but it's at the front. We'll find it.
Okay.
Board Member Strauss. And
So there's a question, obviously, from our old language to the new language, and it sounded to me like you're using smarter, balanced language as part of the consortium.
We are.
Is there a way to use the language that we used before to avoid this confusion?
We could substitute shall be permitted, but I want to be clear, I don't think that's giving, there was never a requirement. So just to be clear, and we want to make sure that these choices about supports are carefully done. We really, I think that's probably a training issue. It's not really a reg issue, quite frankly, but that was part of what we were thinking, yeah.
Member Rucker.
I know that I was on record at the time we started looking at some of the recommendations that Smarter Balance had in place on this issue, and I specifically said that I'm concerned that in being a part of the consortium, we are giving to them the power to write some very specific policy that very clearly, when we got to the moment of writing these regulations, wasn't going to be as well vetted as it needs to be. And so what I'm hearing today is we've come to that point. There is a difference between some of the terms of art that are in the Smarter Balance regs that are being added or crafted into our emergency regulations. And so part of the problem is it does seem that those regulations are more permissive than some of the stronger language that had been written in our previous language. But also, to Board Member Burr's point, some of the definitions and some of the explication that you have given us here are not clearly written out or as well spelled out as, for example, on what's embedded and what's not embedded. It's not clear in those definitions how those selections or choices are made or why there's a difference in those two terms of art and who's responsible for making those decisions. And again, that's a term of that becomes an art in writing regulations. How descriptive do you get in the language of writing the regulations so that you're doing more instruction rather than direction? But that's kind of what it is you're hearing from the folks who have brought up the issue about what the language says about the English learners, that there's a desire that the regulations provide not just an explanation about what this is, but some instruction on how it's supposed to work. Now, I know that gets a little bit beyond how regulations should operate, but that is what is being asked for. So perhaps in doing the work of the regulations, perhaps then what we need to do is go back and look at the guidance that we have also simply adopted wholesale from Smarter Balance and do a better job of adding to the definitions and the details in that guidance, because perhaps matching the guidance to the regulations so that there's a clear reference back from the guidance to the section of the regulations this is related to, and having very clear detailed explanation about how that regulation operates in the guidance might resolve this. But at the same time, I would look at some of the terms of art that are a little different, because I did raise this question the first time we looked at the draft, and I did say some of the terms of art seem to be different to me. So I think that that's what the questions are that are being raised on this point as it relates to the English learner. If we could make sure that there's some parallel language there, or even if our language seems to be stronger, or at least add some clarity as in some of the examples that were given, that we look at that again. But as far as the instruction that people are asking for, how am I as a parent supposed to understand the difference between how this decision is being made? It's not very clear in the draft guidance we got either from Smarter Balance. So if that, and some of the stuff that you all just explained, I didn't read that in the guidance either.
Okay.
So we do need to do some work on that, because it really is not clear. Again, that goes back to that shorthand you all have, because you know every single thing that goes on with that, how it's supposed to operate, and the nuts and bolts. Somebody like me who doesn't use that information every day and who is not practiced with understanding what districts are supposed to do with that will read that and not understand. It might as well be written in ancient Sanskrit, because I won't know what it means anyway. So there has to be, even if the regulations need to follow a particular language register so that it meets the requirements for the OAL, that's one thing. But we can use a different register of English in the guidance to explain how this is supposed to operate and what is expected and what the public should see when it's implemented. So I think that might be a way to resolve it.
And just to be clear, thank you. And I think that is what we're hearing. This is kind of the first time, to your point. But to be clear, didn't want to, there was no intent to lessen what we had done. Okay, that's one. And there is some just kind of training about language. Certainly, that's the case as well. The other thing that I want to point out is that accommodations, designated supports keep being added as the system gets built, right? And things that happen to be designated supports right now, or let me rephrase, things that happen to be accommodations right now after the field test may be designated supports, right? And a designated support might be a universal tool. So some of this is kind of, we're trying to do a bridge here during the field test, because we wanted these regs to go out.
So did I hear you, based on what you just said, does that mean it's possible those definitions as they appear in the regulations might be adjusted?
The definitions won't change, but the things that are in each of those, so what happens to be a designated support, just like in our prior regs, there were certain things that were variations, there were certain things that were accommodations, there were certain things that were modifications, remember? So the things, just as they did in the prior regs, remember those things shifted a bit? And so that may happen after the field test as well. And I also want to say that the Smarter Balanced usability document around this area had the great benefit of California leadership. And some of the folks that just came up to spoke weighed in on what the document should look like. And so that was a good thing. I also want to note that Smarter Balance, the consortium, is very aware that each state will deal with this particular issue in its own way. And so while we're taking Smarter Balance as a foundational document, that certainly doesn't abdicate or somehow overrule your all ability to make decisions about these regulations. I just want to be clear on that, too.
Okay, any other discussion on this? Board Member Strauss.
So I just want to follow up, since I understand, I'm sorry, that we can personalize for our state. So while we're doing emergency regulations, could we go back to those 3 words that were in our other regulations and put them in that you said while we're doing the emergency? Because we'll have a longer time before the permanent regulations.
What, you mean the variations?
Shall be.
Oh, shall be. Yeah, we can look at that. I mean, the old regulations have may provide as well. So we can look at it. They seem to say the same thing. I don't think that's a problem. I mean, shall provide. Or, I'm sorry, shall permit.
Okay, so the English teacher in me is just going to tell you, shall and may mean 2 different things.
Yes.
So
Yes.
shall be permitted and may provide mean two different things. And so that's the point that's being made here. There's, just imagine you are sitting there, and I've just had this conversation. I have a person who wants to go to the winter formal, and she wants to know what it is she can buy. Well, if the dress comes to just below your fingertip, you shall be allowed to buy that dress. You may consider something else, but you shall be allowed to buy that one. There's a difference. So that's the point that they're making here. When it comes to what is permissible, the shall be permitted requires districts to look at what is in the instructional setting that is already permitted for those students. May provide means, and that's what I'm hearing these folks saying, may provide means I can consider offering it in the assessment environment, but in the language that's there right now, just because it's there in the instructional environment does not require me to consider providing it in the assessment environment. That's what I'm hearing being said, is how they're interpreting that difference. So it may seem to you as the technician as a distinction without a difference, but it's a significant difference to parents who have operated with one particular mindset on how this is supposed to operate.
So let us go back. I do see this very same language in the prior regs, so it's hard to do this on the fly, quite frankly. But I hear the intent, and I hear the speaker's intent.
Okay. Anybody, no? All right. Okay, go ahead.
So I do, and I'm doing the same thing, Deb. I'm trying to read it on the fly.
Right.
But in reading it on the fly and being sensitive to what the concerns were, it does seem like there were sections in the prior regs that called out specifically what's allowable for English learners. In the new regs, we talk about what the accommodations for English language arts, and maybe that's the same, and that maybe that's the smarter balanced language that we've adopted. But as you go through it, I would just ask you to be sensitive to what was explicitly called out for English learners, because as you know, of the states in the smarter balanced, we have many, many more English learners than any other state. So I would just request that you do that. And I'm okay with going forward with emergency regs, knowing that we're going to get a lot of feedback and we will be in the permanent reg process. But I do want to come back to the issue that Eileen raised about the testing window. And I think Sarah raised it from EdVoice as well, that when we get to the point where we're talking about what do we do with this test for accountability purposes, then variability in the testing window, as you know from past conversations, becomes a very big issue. Because if we're going to start using those test results for accountability of some kind, especially if it's high-stakes accountability, and I don't know if we'll be doing it, but we always have this conversation about opportunity to learn.
Right.
So as we go forward with permanent regulations, I think we have to keep that firmly in our mind. What are we going to use this test for? And if we're going to be comparing students or schools or districts, we have to be really mindful of that testing window.
Absolutely.
Okay, these emergency regulations, then, if we approve them, they take effect immediately?
Projected February 4th.
Okay, so how do we make you would make these changes before they go out, or maybe we need a new motion or something here? I would think so, yeah.
Okay, so I withdraw my motion. Wait, will you withdraw your second? Okay, so now I'm going to restate it. So I approve the CD recommendations with the 4 actions stated in the recommendation, with the understanding that CD will go back and edit based on board feedback to address the change in language for English learners. Yes, and?
Second to that? Okay, Rucker seconds. Is there any discussion, public comment, I should say, on the motion? Okay, if no further discussion, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that is approved. Thank you. And now we're on to item 6, and this is really different because this is the beginning of a rulemaking process rather than enacting anything, right? Go back up for us on item 6. Explain it again.
So item 6 recommends that the board approve the proposed permanent regulations, approve the notice of proposed rulemaking, and direct the department to commence the rulemaking process, approve the initial statement of reason, and respond to any concerns, and those are found in the attachments there. So at this point,
All right. Is there any prior discussion on this?
No, I'm ready to make a motion. I think I'm ready to make a motion that we approve CD's recommendation.
I would say with the friendly amendment that it conforms to addressing the concern that we raised in the emergency regulations. Well, I mean, I think it should conform with the.
Yeah, it wasn't seconded, so you could rephrase.
Amendment on the.
I will refrain my motion that we accept CD's recommendations with the revisions that were discussed in item 5.
Okay, any public comment on the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I apologize, I wasn't planning to gum up your meeting here. I just wanted to take issue with the department's interpretation of the law here. While the statute does define a direct funded charter school as an LEA, it doesn't define what the heck a locally funded charter school is for purposes of this law. It's a long leap to go from that oversight in the drafting of the law to assume that you therefore force a shotgun marriage in test administration between a charter school and a school district, particularly given the practical implications here. If you do go forward with issuing these, we would suggest you delete that portion. Thank you.
We need some legal advice here, it seems to me. Go ahead, you come. Yeah.
Good afternoon, I'm Doug McRae, a testing guy from Monterey. I'm going to continue with the handout that I had that covered both 5 and 6. The proposed regulation under the administration topic on page 11 permits use of interim tests not to be considered as advanced preparation materials for CASP, and in my recommendation should be deleted. The version of the Smarter Balanced interim tests that mimic the Smarter Balanced summative test may de facto be used as advanced prep materials, which is a nice word for teaching to the test. Allowing this sentence to remain in the regulations would give Smarter Balanced a legalized monopoly for materials that can be used for unethical teaching to the test activities that are otherwise banned by Education Code 60611. Also, the regulation requiring test coordinators, quote, to ensure compliance with minimum technology specifications on page 24. Local district test, that should be deleted. Local test coordinators don't have the authority to ensure minimum technology requirements. Regulation can be replaced with a regulation to calculate existing technology capacity for each school in the district and authority to delay initiation of computer-administered statewide tests until the school acquires that minimum technology. Finally, regulations requiring IEP information needed for accommodations for special education students should be added to the section on data elements for test registration, pages 34 to 36. That's going to be a huge clerical issue, adding all the IEP information that is not in CalPADS into the test registration system prior to doing testing. Probably will be an issue for the field test within the next 2 months. Thank you. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, yes. We're going to pursue the issue on the charters, so Board Member Strauss will.
So I just want to clarify so that that the comment about the charter administration was a valid one in its interpretation, because I can see the dilemma between the administration. And I just wonder, and I just would ask the department to clarify, can we address that through the permanent rulemaking process? I know, but can we unpack it a little bit and see how to clarify that issue for the administration of the independent charter schools?
Through the rulemaking, I would have to defer to legal, I think, about what you can do in terms of the rulemaking process.
Okay, but before you say, there were several things in the issue that was raised on the charter, so I want to make sure I'm understanding what it is you're asking for. Is the issue about the definition of locally funded charters as a separate LEA?
Mm.
Or is it the issue
Administration.
about how it's going to be administered to include non-school employees who are trained as volunteers to do it? Which of the issues are you talking about?
I'm in the administration part about who administers it. That's my
So
question.
that would be related to including certifying non-school.
I'm not asking for that. I'm asking about, so I'm separating the comments. So-
Okay.
So my issue is about my clarification question is around who would administer it for the locally funded charters. Could we clarify that?
Yeah, we certainly could clarify that.
On page 10. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess we're asking for, we have two contrasting legal interpretations here, and a view that, you know, the legal reach is too expansive from the law in these proposed regulations. So we're trying to pin down what the legal basis is here and whether it's too expansive.
Well, I heard the question a little bit differently in terms of what we could do during the regular rulemaking process and as more of a process and procedure question as a substantive policy decision. So I'm not sure if that's answering to address the question that I think you asked, which is about policy or procedure. During the regular rulemaking, you're going to approve the regulations to go out and start a 45-day rulemaking process, during which you can receive a lot of feedback. You have a great deal of latitude to amend the regs during the process from where you start today. So in terms of unpacking for your regular rulemaking, they won't go into effect until you adopt them and they go over to OAL. So you're in a process where you can be fleshing out your policy determinations and decision-making. So in terms of process, you have a lot of time. You're just going to start today.
Board Member Holliday, do you?
Well, it still doesn't answer our question, I don't
Yeah.
think. And our question is, Mr. Premack's concern and his statement, is that correct, what he said? Is it incorrect?
I honestly didn't hear his full question because I was upstairs, and I was trying to be responsive to the question because I thought the question was about, will we have time to unpack this question about who should be administering and who
That was
should be.
the most recent question, but that came because of the earlier question.
I do understand it was in response to the questions and about the fact that there's a dispute about what we should be saying in these regulations. And I was answering with regard to process that there's time to do that. What the legal basis is, I'm not prepared to answer that at the moment. So I think you have an opportunity. I think there are different ways of looking at it, and there's policy decisions about what the best thing to do in terms of administering the test in a consistent manner so that you end up with consistent and comparable results. And I think that's where the program staff is making its recommendation. But there is this policy piece about charters being independent and having more latitude and freedom. So it's a balancing in part, and we should be looking at it, and that's one of the things we would do during the regular rulemaking process.
Yeah, I think we should leave it. You can't make a distinction now over the question, and you will do some legal research on that. That's what we want, not just that we're, what are our legal options? We were informed during the emergency regulations that we had no legal option. Now we're informed that we may have a legal option, and so it's not just making policy, it's understanding whether we have any legal running room here. Then I can figure out whether I'm going to make policy.
I think I'm sorry.
You go ahead.
I think the goal here is to not force charter schools into a situation where local districts are controlling the testing process in some potential way, and that the individual charter school has the opportunity to administer their own tests and have that independence that is part of the whole charter school law. But once again, is this possible based upon the law or not? Is what these are the questions that we're asking for clarification on, and so we can figure out how, what the best language is for the regs as we move forward.
Understood. We'll be working with legal certainly on that.
All right, I think we're clear on that. Go ahead.
I guess I'm clear that some of us, including myself, would not like to see charters have to be subjected to the districts making those decisions and doing the administration. But I'm not clear if we don't know whether or not the law, our interpretation of the law allows us to go ahead and make that change. Can we make it now, or are you saying that we can't make it until?
We don't know, so, yeah, we just don't have, I would assume the legal counsel is not prepared for this issue, so we don't know what the legal basis is.
So do we have to take action now if we don't know?
Well, we're starting a process, and we're not deciding this. We're merely beginning the process of rulemaking and gathering input.
So we have
I'm
time.
sure the staff has heard this, and they're going to work on it.
We have time before it's administered in the spring?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
That's the question.
Not in the spring. This is the permanent regulation. We're on item 6.
I know. I'm just asking, we can't, if we have the legal flexibility to change this, and we find that out, can we change it before the test is administered the spring of 2014, or no?
Not 13, 14, it would be 14, 15.
Oh, it's for 14, 15. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, any further comment? If not, we're ready for a motion. We have a motion on the floor, sorry. Okay, and a second, that's right, you amended the motion. All right, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, we now did item 7, so we're on item 8, which is an update on federal issues.
Board President Kearse, members of the board, I'm Bob Storelli, the Interim Director of the Improvement and Accountability Division. Item 8 is an information item. No specific action is required at this time. The subject is update on issues related to California's implementation of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act and other federal programs. The first item that we have is related to school improvement grant. On November 13th of 2013, California was notified that all findings related to California's SIG monitoring visit from the March 2012 U.S. Department of Ed visit have been resolved. So attachment 1 is the letter from the U.S. Department of Ed, so good news. The second item is related to the November 13 waiver that California submitted to ED for flexibility and assessment administration, the double testing waiver. At this time, we have no word from ED on that. So,
okay. Any board member questions or? Deb Sigmund, do you want to make a statement?
Well, just if I could add a little bit, while we've not heard an outcome from that waiver, just to let you know that your executive director and myself have been on any number of calls with the U.S. Department of Ed staff, and so we hope to hear. They know that our plan is moving forward, and they know that our field testing starts in March, but just so you know, there are many calls that are taking place since the waiver request was sent and now. So we'll keep you posted.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
We have 2 speakers, Doug McRae and Sarah Lillis. 2 minutes, please line up.
Good afternoon again. I'm Doug McRae, retired testing publisher. On the double testing waiver, I just briefly observed that California's request for double testing waiver dated November 21st proposed a reduced length field test for each content area for 95% of our kids. That proposal runs contrary to the federal guidance for double testing waivers. A webinar PowerPoint dated October 31st on the ED website says to qualify for a waiver, students have to take the full form of the field test or all items and components of the field test for a given content area. The California waivers does not meet this federal specification that was on the website. So, in fact, if California's request for a double testing waiver is denied by the feds, needless to say, there's a very limited time to execute anything but extremely hurried modification to the spring 2014 test plan now on the docket, or to forfeit an unknown volume of federal funds. So with that, thank you.
Good afternoon, Sarah Lillis with EdVoice. EdVoice submitted a letter in the formal waiver process, but also wanted to let you know that, along with some other concerned organizations, submitted a letter to Secretary Duncan as they were contemplating the waiver, and I have it here for folks who are interested. But in that letter, we were focused very concerned about the idea that not only were we expanding the sample of the field test beyond the required 20%, but that we weren't providing any information to the schools or to the parents. And so we had proposed some alternatives to rather than just expanding the sample for the field test to 95% beyond the scientifically required sample. But instead, one option would be to offer a fixed form version of the practice test with a common set of items to all students, because SBAC is already producing at least producing these, and that would provide at least some data on individual pupils, at least to the schools and teachers, if not to the parents, with some necessary caveats. And we're really concerned that this data is important. Teachers and principals and superintendents have told us, particularly as they're implementing the Common Core, they want some feedback on how their students are doing. So if there is a way to get them some data on how their students are doing, we really feel like we should explore some other options. Another option would be to offer certain CSTs to students who are not taking the SBAC assessments necessary for the psychometrically appropriate field sample. We also are concerned that there's been no demonstration that California would provide any meaningful information to districts or schools on student or subgroup performance from the field tests. Again, just because it's a field test, it should not preclude the state from generating useful subgroup grade, school level, district level, or statewide reports on aggregate assessment results. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's no action here that we need to take, so we can move on then to item 9 on ESEA Corrective Action 7.
Hello again. Item 9 is an action item. The subject is Elementary and Secondary Education Act, assignment of corrective action and associated technical assistance for each of the 84 local educational agencies in Cohort 7 of Program Improvement Year 3, and submission of annual evidence of progress for local education agencies in Cohorts 1 through 7 of Program Improvement Year 3. First of all, our recommendation is that you would approve identifying and assigning the corrective action 7 that we have identified on attachment 1 and 2. This is something that we do annually. There have been 6 previous cohorts that the board has approved. An item of note is the November 2013 SBE meeting. The landscape of California educational policy and practice and student achievement has changed significantly over the last 8 years. Overall student achievement has increased substantially since the initial cohorts of corrective action districts. The adoption of the Common Core state standards and a significant 2013-14 state appropriation to support their implementation by all LEAs essentially duplicates the previous assigned sanction corrective action 6. Therefore, as a result, at the November meeting, the SBE approved change in the assigned federal sanction for Cohort 7 to corrective action 7, which is what we're recommending today. Corrective action 7 requires LEAs in PI Year 3 in 2013-14 to continue to reserve 10% of its Title I allocation to provide professional development for teachers and administrators. It also provides an LEA $50,000 for each PI school. The professional development is designed to strengthen the academic achievement of the LEA students determined to be in the greatest need of assistance. This includes, but is not limited to, professional development focused on standard-based, standards-aligned instruction and materials, implementation of the Common Core state standards, and the use of effective instructional strategies. Fiscal impact. California state budget has appropriated the necessary funding for the LEAs in corrective action. California Ed Code actually provides a formula to allocate the funds. So as I mentioned earlier, it'd be $50,000 per PI school for LEAs with minor or isolated sometimes referred to as light performance concerns. So at this time, I would ask if you have any questions.
Okay, good. So we have districts as high as 975 now coming into corrective action on API. So this goes on. So any questions? Yeah. Yeah, there are many tripwires in CLB, in No Child Left Behind.
Yeah, I just wanted to build on what you said, President Kirsch, that if I look at the table in the item, that every single LEA for which we are asking to impose corrective action, with the exception of one, has an API of over 800. And the last one has a 799, so they've missed it by 1 point. So the metric by which we've been judging schools for 20 years, these are all successful schools. So only because of the federal requirements are we being compelled to single them out and label them as not performing effectively. So what happens if we don't take corrective action?
It's a good question.
Yeah, I think Deb Sigmund wants to answer. I think there's a federal law about that. Yeah, that I think.
Well, you have state law and you have federal law. So state law requires that you take corrective action as well. So if you choose not to, you are defying two bodies, right? So having said that, I think the biggest thing that could happen is that the U.S. Department of Ed could threaten to take Title I allocation away. That wouldn't be the first time, but I think that's what could happen. But I am concerned. Recall that when we chose this corrective action, we did so having talked to a number of districts. And we asked them, do you think this is a reasonable, we understand that you're some high-performing districts, we understand that, but would this be a reasonable way for the board who is obligated under both federal and state law to do this? We got some, all of the folks that we talked to, and we talked to a number of districts, said, yes, that was good. The other thing is that they each get, they get some money that we are not really specifying what they do, and they get to about $50,000 per PI school. So if it's a larger district, they'll get some pretty significant dollars to actually focus on targeting the students that happen to get them here. So recall that the reason that they didn't make AYP is that there is some group that did not make that particular target. Now, when we come back to you next year or the year after, if there isn't any change in the law, we'll be bringing the rest of the districts in the state of California to you. So we understand the somewhat, it doesn't quite make sense. We understand that, but we think this is a fairly decent way to still abide by the law and to give districts some additional resources to do what they're already doing, which is trying to target those students that are in need of some assistance.
Board Member Rucker.
Board Member Burr, I do understand, and to a certain extent, I philosophically agree that there is an issue with declaring schools whose achievement is very clear that they're doing well and sanctioning the school. But the problem with this, we cannot question that they're doing well, but in the same way that we had the conversation about the Algebra 1 decision, where we were pushing schools to push students into algebra, whether they were ready or not, and we were failing those students, there is a subgroup of students at these schools who cannot say that they are enjoying the benefit of being enrolled in those schools. And for those students, the state has an obligation to try to hold those schools accountable. And that's what this particular sanction is designed to do, not to throw a hammer on the school as if to say you are failing the entire universe and we're going to tip you over the cliff like a herd of lemmings. We're also not trying to say that just because you have failed this subgroup of students that there is something wrong with your school. This sanction is supposed to give these schools the message, we had a buffet, these are the people you forgot to invite to the table. So what are you going to do to close the achievement gap for this subgroup of students? I don't have a problem with asking these LEAs to do that. Otherwise, we are continuing to tacitly allow districts that are high achieving to disguise the failure of a specific subgroup of students. Now, let me just go there. If you unpack the complexion or the neighborhood or the zip code of those students, I don't believe they are necessarily distributed evenly across the district. Part of the reason why the local control funding formula is supposed to operate in districts like this is to help them make some decisions and to question how they are distributing resources that seem to benefit some schools more than they benefit others, and as a result in the types of outcomes on the assessments that we're seeing. So I don't have a problem holding the school accountable, but I do think the flexibility and the design of giving these schools a different sanction so that they can focus in a targeted way rather than to have a prescription that doesn't really meet their particular local needs is a more appropriate response.
Board Member Molina.
This has always been very difficult for me, so bear with me. First and foremost, what I'm concerned about is we're back to one size fits all. We continue to be top down, and it's kind of almost an oxymoron in terms of what we're doing with LCAP and saying districts are going to have making the decisions in terms of what's right for their schools. So we are providing a sanction. I think what's difficult for me is the last time I asked this very same question, what would be the consequence of us not assigning the sanction? And I remember you clearly saying to us that we really didn't have a choice because, one, it was a federal mandate, and number two, it would preclude these schools from receiving the dollars. When you had the conversation, well, okay, so having said that, my concern is they get the sanction, and yes, it does provide dollars, but it continues to require a different sanction if you don't meet the deadlines or your accountability. And we no longer have this accountability system anymore. So it's very difficult for me to understand how this sanction is appropriate because it continues. Is that correct? If you assign the corrective action year 3, and we have no way of measuring after this point using the No Child Left Behind, right? We're no longer testing. How does this, how do you differentiate? I'm not rephrasing the question right. What happens after we assign the corrective action?
So
you're going to give them the money, and then what?
So, well, we've modified that quite a bit as well. We used to have them send in a number of plans and so forth, all right? And so that's not happening. But this doesn't carry on. We don't go back to them 2 years from now or 3 years from now.
Well, you don't, but you still submit the letters, and you still tell them that they're in PI, and you tell them
that's about school PI. This isn't school PI.
No,
this is district PI.
Right, no, this is district PI.
Right, but the notification for PI is at the school level, right?
No, this is assigning a district corrective action. We're assigning a sanction to a district for the district not meeting their target.
There's no notification in the SEA.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Yeah, there's no notification on this one. The notification law is around the school. So that was done in the fall, and that's still in place. But we don't have a notification stipulation in here, and neither does federal law. The only stipulation is the sanction. And remember, the sanctions are defined for us, and so we chose a sanction that we thought folks could actually make use of, which was the 10% PD.
So maybe a better question for me is, how does this sanction help the district?
So remember, there's a choice of sanctions, right? So there's a sanction about dismantling the district. There's all of those.
Yeah, I know all
right?
the sanctions.
Well, so there's 7, right? So the sanction that you have for the past 6 cohorts assigned was fully implement a new curriculum. We got rid of that because of the Common Core issue. So the next one that we thought was the least intrusive and that would give districts the authority to continue to do what they thought was most appropriate for their district was the maintenance of this 10% of the PD dollars, right? Which is what they were already doing, right? So that's what they would have to do for the year. The money is separate. The money is based on state law, right? So the state law talks about this issue of persistence and intensity of the results, actually. So recall, back in the first cohort, we had the same sanction was applied to everyone, but there were some that we said, well, you're going to get more money, but as a result of getting more money, we're going to tell you who you have to work with, right? So that was an assigned date.
Right.
So now what we've gone to is, this is the least intense, least persistent, and so what that is $50,000 that you can go and use to add on to your PD, to provide targeted instruction. We thought it was kind of a way for them to continue what they were doing within local control and serve the needs of those kids.
I understand that. What I'm concerned about is that we are saying to these districts, we're going to sanction you, we're going to give you money, and we're saying you must now put 10%, or we're going to, this money needs to be used, 10% of it needs to be used for professional development. So what is the accountability piece? What is CDE going to do to hold these schools or these districts accountable?
Send back a report.
I mean,
There's an annual
Yeah, there's an annual, they'll have to send us a report. And this board has, there's a state law that says that after 3 years, if they have not gotten out of program improvement in 3 years, this isn't federal, it might be connected to federal, you all will see them, and we've modified that a little bit. So to date, I don't think anyone has come up.
personally, I struggle with the idea that we're sanctioning. We really don't. A report is not necessarily an accountability piece. We're trying to move away and making sure that districts become responsible, and we're creating a plan that's supposed to do that. So I struggle with, unless you're telling me that districts are saying, I absolutely need this money, and there's very little strings attached, it's a different story. Because you're putting a badge on a district that's saying that you are not performing.
Well, the badge is that they failed to make AYP.
I get it.
And so we can certainly, and as I said, there's no notification for the district. So this can be, and when we've talked to folks and we've talked to these people, they've been very interested in receiving the $50,000 per PI school.
And that was a discussion we had the last time we provided corrective actions. So that's the part I'm struggling with. I certainly don't want to take away the $50,000 if that's what it means. But I want to be very clear in terms of the expectations of what you're going to ask districts to do. And when you talk about this report, what does this really mean? And is there support and technicals? I mean...
Well, we did take the liberty of ratcheting down what was required. I think a prior board had us collecting, as I recall, and it's going back a few years, but I think we had to collect quarterly reports, if I'm not mistaken.
You still collect them. You
No.
still require the reports.
Well, we don't require them. If someone's asking you to do that, then we will check on that. But we have modified that. We modified that through prior cohorts, through another board action several months ago, and we don't require it in here as well. So the idea is to try to reflect a changing landscape, but still try to stay within the confines of both state and federal law. That's what we're trying to do. And we thought this was gave districts some money, still left the decision about how to use that money within their discretion. And to the point, they do have some subgroup of student that is not performing as well as others. So we thought that to use that money in a way that would help those students would not be a bad thing. That would be useful. So it's a balance, Member Molina. As you
Board
know,
Member Williams.
When you when you tell them that they're in corrective action, is there any part of the paperwork or the notice to them from you guys that says we expect or we hope you'll use this money to improve the services to the group of students that generated this money? Is there anything that ties the $50,000 per school to the students? Or could they use it more generally?
well, they have to, it's Title I, they have to use it for Title I purposes. They can't use it for anything. There is some restriction on it. And we haven't written the letter yet, but there will be that connection to just kind of, the 50,000 is to blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
How you do that is up
Right.
to you, right? We don't care if you get technical assistance, none of that.
Okay, so that part's consistent with LCFF and LCAP in terms of flexibility. And so what I'm hearing is from Member Molina, just sort of a fatigue with the stigma that comes with labeling, and the states, California's kind of move away from that. And what I'm hearing from Member Rucker is there is a group of students that I think you said aren't benefiting fully from the instruction in the district, and giving the district some money for those schools with encouragement that they focus on those kids and they have some extra money to do that. And if they're not being notified, if there's not an official notification that goes out to parents that says the district is in corrective action, then it's not a public stigma. And if the schools, the districts themselves feel like the benefit of the money outweighs any perception that being in corrective action is a stigma, then it feels to me like you've come up with a pretty good approach there's only so many state and federal laws I think we can choose to defy. And so this feels to me like a pretty good approach that gives the most flexibility to the school, says focus on the kids whose needs aren't being met, and there's not going to be a lot of stigma because we all know that what this is about with AYP, and so do the districts. And so this feels like a good solution to this situation we're caught in between continued federal law and the direction that California is headed.
And state law, to be clear.
And state law.
There is a very specific state law about this, which didn't change with any additional laws.
And if you're telling us that the districts are saying, yes, we'd like that money, then I trust that and think this feels like a good solution.
Okay, any further discussion? Board Member Holliday.
I think that was a motion.
Oh, okay, well, are you ready for a motion?
What's the recommendation? I could say I move the CDE's recommendation on this agenda item.
Yeah, that'll work. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, public comment on this? None, all right. Oh, no.
Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing CABE and Californians Together. And we do appreciate the fact that the professional development piece is going to be the sanction that's going to be focused on for these sanctions, so we appreciate that. We believe in order to be consistent with LCFF and its 8 state priorities, that the requirements in Attachment 1 can be a little bit stronger with regards to English learners and other student subgroups. In numbers 2 and 4, we believe that an additional goal of the professional development should be not only improving the academic achievement of students, but also improving language development of students. So if that could be incorporated in 2 and 4 in that first bullet, that would be great. Also in 3, that bullet, along with the implementation of the CCSS, we believe you should include the ELD standards as well. And we believe by doing all of that would really strengthen what districts need to use these professional development dollars for with respect to these subgroups. Thank you.
Department response?
So we really want this to focus on, we don't know the specifics around each of their PI schools. So there's potential for a particular group that isn't perhaps reflected as one of those groups in LCFF to actually be needing this particular PD or this particular additional resources. So while I know we all want to get to kind of a one system, this is a little bit, we're still moving along a different path. So we want the resources to target appropriately. And so I think that's what we were trying to come up with here.
No, in other words, say this special education is not part of LCFF.
It could be special ed.
AYP, you cannot make AYP over special ed.
It could be
That's
Pacific
quite
Islanders.
common.
Yeah, it could be any group.
Yeah.
But the fact is that we want folks to focus on the students in the subgroup that, for whatever reason, are not meeting the performance that other groups are.
Board Member Molina.
I just have a clarifying question because this issue keeps coming up. When we use the term implementation of the CCSS, which is supposed to be the California Common Core Standards.
Yes.
Does that include English language development standards? Because I think that I've heard this before, there's a concern that we're only looking at ELA.
Okay.
I believe that because we purposely developed ELD, and we heard a lot this morning about integrating them, it includes both.
Yes.
But we need to be clear about that if that's what.
That would be the intent, but we can be clear about that in terms of instruction.
Board Member Molina.
For clarification, should we move forward with this, the districts will only be required, when they're writing the one plan, they can use this money and they would indicate it in their LCAP? Or do they have to write?
No, they don't have to.
They don't have to place.
Well, I mean, this doesn't require them to, right? So it's Title I dollars for a very specific purpose.
Right, but we have an LEA plan that addresses the Title I dollars.
Right.
So we're hoping that we can combine these two pieces together so that there would only be one plan and we could put our expenditures in the one plan. So allowing districts that the LCAP would be the plan and we would address this funding through that plan.
So we're not asking for a plan. So let me rephrase. What we're asking for is a report, okay, that tells us what the implementation of the professional development, the summary of what the progress was toward improving student achievement for those particular groups, and how they communicated that to the governing board.
And that's just once a year?
That's one, I think it's just for one time, right? Yeah, it's one time. It's not, it doesn't repeat. Send it to us after you've had a year to do this. That's it.
All right. So we've had a motion and second? Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah, I think it was seconded, yeah, by Member Holliday. So all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, we have one abstention. Okay. So now we're on to item 10, SES providers.
Item 10 is an action item also. This is regarding Elementary and Secondary Education Act, supplemental educational services providers. We have provided a list for the removal of providers from the 2011-13, 2012-14, and 2013-15 approval list for failure to submit a complete 2012-13 supplemental education services accountability report or failure to meet the regulatory requirements of provision of services. The recommendation would be that the state board approve our list and those providers be removed. brief history on the key issues is federal law requires an SEA to monitor and evaluate approved SES providers in accordance with ESEA Title I, Part A. We've previously brought similar items to the SBE for provider removal. Regulations require an approved SES provider to submit an annual SES accountability report to the CDE by the submission deadline of August 1st. Regulations allow the SBE to determine an approved provider for failing, to terminate an approved provider for failing to provide monitoring and program evaluation information requested by the CDE. And there is no fiscal implication to the state on this issue. So, any questions?
Okay, thank you. Board member reactions?
Excuse me, I have one other item. You should have a blue sheet with you. We had one late revision, where there was one provider's name removed from the list, so it currently provides the accurate list of names to be recommended for removal.
Okay, now it's Learn It Online?
Correct.
Yeah, they are in compliance.
Correct, they are in compliance.
Right. Okay, so board member discussion of this item?
I'm just a little confused by this in the sense that there seem to be just so few that are moving forward as providers, right? So,
no, these are the taking off.
I'm sorry?
These are the ones being removed.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
removal.
I didn't understand that. Thank you.
Okay. Any public comment on this item? Oh, sorry, board member Rucker.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who you said. I have the online sheet, and then I have this blue sheet. Who did you say has been added to the blue sheet?
It's removed from the blue sheet.
Been removed. Who?
Yes, it was Learn It Online.
No, I think she's looking at the sheet for the signups. Right.
Yeah, it's a different sheet.
So we're waiting on any public comment. While we're waiting for public comment, why don't we have a motion to?
Move approval of the recommendation.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this item in the audience? Okay, if not, all in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that's good. Let's see, we're now on to item 12. 11, sorry, SIG.
Good afternoon. Item 11 is an action item requiring your decision. The subject is Elementary and Secondary Education Act, School Improvement Grant, approval of the state's application for the fiscal year 2013 SIG grant under Section 1003G of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. First of all, our recommendation is that you approve our two recommendations. One is that the application be submitted and that Board President Kearse and State Superintendent Tom Tollickson assign and move it forward. And the second item is a waiver request to the U.S. Department of Ed for waiver of sections 1A1 and 2B10 of the SIG final requirements to permit the state to use the same Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 lists it used for the SIG fiscal year 2009 and 2010 competitions. A little bit of background on the fiscal year 13 SIG. On September 30, 2013, the U.S. Department of Ed released its fiscal year 2013 SIG application. Applications were due on or before November 22nd. However, the ED has granted California extension to the end of January, awaiting the SBA deliberation on this issue. Fiscal year 13 SIG funds will be used for California's Cohort 3 SIG competition. California is expected to receive $57 million for fiscal year 13. It's to be used over school years 14-15, 15-16, and 16-17. There are no major policy changes for the fiscal year 2013 SIG application. And the SIG application includes the following 3 attachments, which are on the agenda item. Item 3 is a copy of California's SIG application. Attachment 3. Attachment 4 is a copy of the request for application, RFA, that will be provided to California LEAs to apply for the funding for the grant. And attachment 5 is a list by LEA of the state's Tier 1 and Tier 2 schools. In our application to the U.S. Department of Ed, there are federal waivers that the states are invited to apply that would provide SEAs and LEAs with additional flexibility to implement the SIG application. California's SIG application contains a request for the following 3 waivers. Period of availability waiver. As I mentioned before, this would allow state funds or the federal funds to be used for school years 2014-15, 16, and 16-17, 3 years. The second is the school improvement timeline waiver, allows an eligible Tier 1 or Tier 2 Title I participating school that is implementing a turnaround or restart model to start over in the school improvement timeline. The third waiver is a school-wide program waiver. It allows an eligible Tier 1 or Tier 2 Title I participating school with a poverty percentage of less than 40% to operate a school-wide program. And as I mentioned before, the other waiver that we're submitting is for California to seek approval to use its previous list for cohorts 1 and cohorts 2. Some previous board action in August 2010, California's fiscal year 2009 cohort 1 SIG application was approved. At the time of funding, there were 41 districts and 90 schools. And in January 2012, the board approved California's fiscal year 2010 cohort 2 SIG, of which we're currently operating. There's 14 districts and 39 schools. The fiscal analysis per the U.S. Department of Ed's guidance, fiscal year 2013 SIG funds be used to provide full 3 years of covering. Again, 2014-15, 15-16, 16-17. SIG funds provide LEAs with grants ranging from $50,000 to $2 million per school per year. California is expected to receive approximately $57 million and is seeking authority to supplement this amount with remaining fiscal year 2009 SIG funds recaptured through undergrant billing for cohort 1. If you have any questions, I can answer them at this time.
Okay, the board member questions on this? Okay, over there.
Okay, I just want to ask a point of clarification about the eligible schools. So the proposal here is to use the list of Tier 1, 2, and 3 schools that was established when we created the cohort 1 and funded the cohort 1 schools.
Correct.
But the schools that will be able to apply for this funding will be those unserved schools that are on this list.
That is correct.
Has the status of any of those schools that are on this list shifted or changed in any way since this list was compiled? I'm looking particularly at the Tier 3 schools. Has their status changed or have they moved? In other words, I'm asking, have they gotten worse and moved up from Tier 3 to Tier 2 or Tier 1? Is it possible that something like that may have happened since this list was originally composed?
It is possible. However, we did not do that analysis. There have been a couple of school closures that were taken into consideration on the list, which is as an attachment.
Okay.
All right, other questions on this? All right, public comment on this item? None that I know of. Okay.
Item 11, we have two public speakers, Doug McRae and Marta Zaragoza-Diaz.
Hi, good afternoon again. You might wonder why I'm talking on a SIG item. Just a brief history. Cohort 1, 90 schools, was $460 million that was distributed to that cohort back in 2010. Stimulus money. Cohort 2 had about 70 million, and it's going down to 57 million, I guess, plus leftovers. But back in 2010, the eligibility list was a controversial thing, and how the eligibility list was determined was a controversial thing, and I got involved in it at that point. My comment on this is the department is proposing using the school eligibility list consisting of unserved schools from that fiscal 09 or STAR data from 2008, the list from the cohort 1 and 2. Why not construct a new eligibility list based upon new data? As Board Member Record said, using old achievement data is very counterintuitive, since the status of many of the low-performing schools, it was persistently low-performing schools that were on that list, most likely has changed considerably between 2008 and 2013. It's a five-year-old list. The chart on attachment 5 appears to me to be the served schools, not the unserved schools. I know that there were schools on that chart that, from my area, that were served schools back at that point in time. So that's just a notice on the agenda materials. But I don't know whether that was prohibited by the department or whether it's just something the department just simply didn't pursue. I asked the question. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a Deb Sigmund. Do you want to respond to this? We've discussed this, several times. Right?
So we had several conversations with the Department of Ed on this and sought their guidance. They're fine with us moving forward with this, not changing the list. They think that's a good way to go, considering there's not very much money, and we are likely to only be able to fund 10 schools. We don't think that there's been that much movement, because if you'll recall the way the list was run. But again, it'll be a competitive process, and so we can build in some things that make sure that folks that are receiving the dollars or need the dollars and such. So, but they were fine with this. They supported the idea. We're in this transition period of moving assessments and moving accountability. So they didn't think it was. It didn't benefit us to kind of try to fashion a list that was going to move us forward. So that's why we went this route.
Okay. We have a motion on this?
Move approval of the recommendations.
Okay, second. Any more board discussion? The federal government is appearing to reauthorize, put more money into SIG in the future, and change the regulations and requirements with many fewer requirements from the federal government on SIG. So we'll get a chance to redo this probably next year as a policy thing, and then I think we need to look at this list when we make that change. So all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, opposed, none, so that carries. Yeah, do we want to take a break now, or, yeah, Wes, we'll take a break now. Oh, we'll come back at 3:05. 3:05.
How are you, Karen? Fine.
Okay, I overreacted.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this is Camille's thing. That's what you're doing.
So I gave him.
Yeah,
But she's not there. That's
sure.
I'm going to be in San Francisco. Come up tomorrow. Okay. So right there.
Just double check. Yeah, I'm sure. I should have written it down.
It's not a problem. Why can't we just have it in San Diego and pipe fill in from Claremont? Yeah.
to do first things first. He thinks he can park downstairs now. Any
Those are the flaps.
That's not so far.
Okay, the board will reconvene. I've got 6. So we are ready for item 12, approval of the consolidated applications. I want to note for the record that Board Member Strauss has recused on item 12. Go ahead.
Great. Cindy Kazanis with the Educational Data Management Office. And this item is prepared by the Education Data Management Office, or Education Data Office rather, and it has components of the Federal Program Monitoring Office as well. So because this is an item that's normally on consent, I was going to spend just a little bit of time to tell you why some differences in what you're seeing for this item for this month. So specifically, in this item, the board is always asked to approve the consolidated application for funding. Attachment 1 lists the 21 LEAs recommended for regular approval, and Attachment 2 lists 5 LEAs recommended for conditional approval. Since the State Board item was posted, Calexico Unified School District, listed in Attachment 2, has resolved the 2 remaining non-compliant items and is now recommended for regular approval. While the State Board reviews and approves this item at every meeting, Attachment 2 is an annual request to the State Board and is based on LEAs who receive Federal Program Monitoring Review who do not resolve non-compliant items in a timely manner. The generation of this list for item 2 began in July of 2013, and we started with 13 LEAs. Since this time, all but 4 LEAs have resolved their items. So I'm not sure how much background the board would like on the compliance monitoring process, because that is driving, I think, the Attachment 2 issues. I do have staff that can respond to specific questions regarding the outstanding items, but if you'd like me to walk you through what the monitoring process is, just so you have a background in that, because you haven't been exposed to it before. Is that helpful?
Does any board members want that? I don't think so. Okay. So you have anything more in your presentation, or? Okay, that's fine. So we have, we'll start with the board member discussion. Board member Call?
So consistent with our new LCFF LCAP responsibilities, I have a 2-part motion that's designed as a way forward on this item. I move that the SBE conditionally approve the CONAP for the 4 districts identified in Attachment 3 of Item 12. That's Brawley Elementary School District, Ravendale Termo Elementary School District, Soledad Unified School District, and Victor Valley Union High School District, and ask that the representatives of these 4 districts come to the March 2014 SBE board meeting. In addition, I move that the SBE approve the CONAP of Calexico Unified School District and the 21 districts listed in Attachment 1, and request that the CDE provide an update on districts with non-compliant items over 225 days unresolved at the May 2014 SBE meeting.
Second.
Okay. You want to elaborate a little bit on the rationale for this?
I think the belief is that it's very important that we start addressing as a part of our responsibilities under LCAP when districts are not up to speed, especially with regard to English language learners and those types of issues, that we demonstrate our commitment to holding districts accountable on those issues.
Yeah, and these districts have been out of compliance for almost
2 years.
2 years.
Almost 2 years.
So, yeah. So, all right, the board member discussion of the motion, and then there's board member discussion. Hearing none, public comment.
We have one speaker, Marta Zaragoza Diaz.
Good afternoon, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing CABE and Californians Together. And thank you very much, Board Member Cohn, for your recommendations. I just wanted to highlight to the board that the issue of noncompliance with regards to the use of Title I and Title III funds have always been a concern of our organizations for the past, I don't know, it seems like 30,000 years. And this, and it continues to be a concern, especially in light of the new LCFF formula and processes, and we hope that this issue of not supplanting federal funds will also continue to be one of concern for the State Board with regards to the LCAP and LCFF. Thank you.
So we've heard that the speaker that really supports the motion, I think, and any further discussion by the board? If not, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that is carried. All right, now we're down to item 13, and this is an hearing on Ingenium Charter School, material revision.
Good afternoon, Board President Kirst, Chief Deputy Superintendent, and board members. I'm Julie Russell, Director of Charter School Division here at the California Department of Education. Item 13 is a request for a material revision from the State Board authorized school. Ingenium Charter School was approved by the State Board January 5, 2010 to serve 414 students in kindergarten through grade 6. This material revision is requesting to delete the 6th grade from their educational program. The Memorandum of Understanding between the State Board and the charter schools states material changes to the charter cannot be made without the State Board approval, which includes adding or deleting a grade level. CDE staff has reviewed the material revision, which is provided as attachment 1 in your item. Also, the revised charter petition, which reflects those changes, that's attachment 3, and an updated school budget, which is attachment 4 of your item. CDE is recommending that the board approve the request to revise the charter petition to delete the 6th grade. The material revision provides minimal changes to the charter petition that was approved by the board in 2010. CDE finds that the school has been implementing the program set forth in their charter petition. They've been compliant with the terms of the MOU, and they do have an adequate budget for the remaining 2 years of their charter term. February 2013, the Los Angeles Unified District, which the school is in LA area, approved a new charter school, Ingenium Charter Middle School, which opened August 2013 to serve students in grades 6 through 8. That middle school is on the same campus as this charter school. So they will be able to serve the 6th graders that are being deleted. Therefore, we're recommending that the State Board approve this material revision. We're available for any questions, and also the petitioners are here.
Okay, thank you for that. Board, I have a public hearing, so maybe I ought to proceed to the public hearing with that. And so I declare the public hearing open. Both sides will have 10 minutes, and we'll start with the proponents. These are people that support the CDE recommendation.
Right. I believe there's one representative, and he will have up to 10 minutes. Okay, they're choosing not to speak at this time.
Okay, the opponents, they have 10 minutes? Any opponents?
No opposition.
Okay, board member discussion. Board member Williams.
This is about as straightforward a material revision as we could ask for. They, especially if CDE is recommending it, and it is just to eliminate the 1 grade that got incorporated into the middle grades that was authorized by LA Unified. I'm particularly pleased that LA Unified did choose to authorize their middle grades, since LA Unified had denied originally their K through 6, which is when the State Board chose to authorize it in 2010. So I'm taking from that they are, between that and the CDE, that they are doing a good job with their charter. And I do want to say that Member Holliday and I met with Julie in December and talked about this particular material revision, and she explained what the recommendation was going to be and why, and we felt very comfortable with that recommendation. Member Holliday, did you want to elaborate on?
Well, just for those who might be curious, the ACCS, the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, did not meet in December. As a result, they are not weighing in on this issue. But the CDE, as well as Trish and myself, felt that it was really unnecessary for the ACCS to weigh in on this issue. And we fully support the CDE recommendation. In fact, so move.
Second.
All right. Is there any public comment on the motion? Not? Ready for a board vote? All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, so now we are moving ahead to the waivers.
Need to close the hearing?
Pardon?
Need to close the hearing?
Yes, I now propose declaring it closed, right? Yeah, right. So we're on to waivers. These are on consent. And do I have a proposal on the waivers?
I move approval.
All right. Are there any public comments on the waivers? We have none.
Can we do them in two different consent calendars?
Okay.
W1 through W10.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Member W1 through W10, I move approval.
Okay.
I withdraw my first motion.
All right. And there's no public comment. Any board discussion? Not, raise your hands. Okay. Next group is W.
I move approval waiver 11 through 15.
Public comment? All those in approval, raise your hands. Okay. Those are the waivers. Now we have items 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Those are regular items. They are on consent. Yeah, I know. So we have one public comment on those.
We have one public comment on item 14. Doug McRae.
Good afternoon again. I'm Doug McRae, a testing guy from Monterey. I'd like to speak on 14, which is the, I guess, the apportionment for the testing program. I'd note that 9.6 million of an aggregate 12 million apportionment is allocated to activities related to smarter balanced field test. We recall from last November that 34 million of the $50 million vendor contract for spring 2014 testing was allocated for smarter balanced field tests. So roughly 44 million of our budget state dollars this spring will be supporting test development activities. Recall that we're still in test development with smarter balance. We don't have a test yet. That's a daunting number. By way of contrast, Smarter Balanced has a $180 million four-year contract, or roughly $45 million a year for their test development activities. But we are spending $44 million this year on essentially test development activities, Smarter Balanced. California's expenditure for spring 2014 is, well, I just said that. This dollar amount is striking, especially when one considers that private sector agencies, nonprofit agencies like ACT and College Board and ETS, as well as for-profit companies like Pearson and CTB McGraw-Hill, will likely be investing in something like $25 to $50 million for full test development activities over multiple years to develop competing assessment systems. Having come from that industry, that's where I come up with that figure. It makes one wonder about the cost efficiency of public sector large-scale K-12 assessment systems, with public sector systems running many times the cost of test development than the private sector efforts. These numbers should logically be a cause for pause relative to future costs for Smarter Balanced testing. I'd be happy to answer any questions or discussion. Thank you.
Okay, no further public comment. We're ready for a vote on these consent items. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, those are carried. Now, I understand we have to reopen items 5 and 6 because the department wants further clarification on what the board intended.
Correct. Diane Hernandez, Assessment Development Administration Division. So we would like to reopen items 5 and 6, particularly around the emergency and regulatory rulemaking process. So after the conversation regarding the English learners, you'll recall in the STAR program, variations, accommodations that were provided, English learners, as it was pointed out, were called out, that there were variations for all students, variations for English learners, and it would identified what English learners could access through the assessment, and then accommodations. That was the STAR program. This new program, under the Smarter Balance Guidelines, has the universal tools for all students, has a designated supports for students that are identified by the teacher or the school, and these could be English learners, a number of other kinds of students, and then you have the accommodations. They do not specifically call out variations or designated supports for English learners. However, we think we've done a workaround for that, and I do have hard copies if I want to pass those out.
Yeah, let's hand those out, yeah.
That, Amy? So essentially, what we're proposing is on page 15, line item 10, which would say, all pupils, including English learners and students with disabilities, shall be permitted the following embedded universal tools, and then they're listed. And that was A. And then on section B, that's repeated again. All students, or all pupils, including English learners and students with disabilities, shall be permitted the following non-embedded universal tools. And then again in C, you'll see the same language.
Okay, so
So
we'll
perhaps
need to
this-
discuss shall, will, and can, and, okay. Is this language seem to meet the intent?
Okay.
All right, so do we need any action now, or?
One-
To say that you accept these changes and that we'll amend the statement of reasons, initial statement of reasons, and the finding of emergency consistent with these changes. You say you can approve CDE's recommendation with these changes and that the authorized staff to make the changes to all the other documentation as needed to reflect these changes.
Initial statement of reasons.
Because that would be the statement of reasons and all the other legal documentation that accompanies a rule.
Yeah.
I move, let's see if I can follow. I move staff recommendation with the edits and with the understanding that they will review all the documents so that they all reflect the corrections.
Correct.
No? Did I do it? Oh, I apologize. I'll second it then.
Okay, let's have it. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify.
Board Member Burr.
Clarify that that's for both items 5 and 6,
Yes,
both the emergency and the permanent. Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Important clarification. Okay, so we have the motion. And is there any public comment on the motion?
Yes.
Public comment.
Nigel Massaro with Public Advocates. Forgive me that I'm not super prepared to comment on this, but one of the issues that I had meant to flag on 15 was that it's actually a trigger, and it says that, this is in the old regulation, that there shall be permitted a support if it's provided in the cloud. Let me get to the page. Regularly used in the classroom or for assessment. So that tells me that if I'm a teacher with a student and I'm regularly reading directions aloud to them in English, that I'm going to have to do that in the assessment. And so that's one piece that I appreciate this very quick and much more inclusive change to the regulations, but that piece is still lost for me. There's this new process of an educator determination. And if I were to throw out language at this moment, it would be that all pupils, including English learners and students with disabilities, shall be permitted the following testing variation, or the following, right, the designated supports, the embedded or non-embedded, and the various, there's three types, and forgive me that, so all three of those, if regularly used in the classroom or for assessment, or if they're determined by an educator or group of educators. So that still leaves a clear trigger for if something is used routinely in the classroom, that it would then be used in assessment. I also want to highlight what I mentioned earlier, which is that a sentence was stricken from G3, which says, English learners shall have the opportunity to ask clarifying questions about any test directions presented orally in their primary language. That's gone, as is the piece on additional supervised breaks for these students. So I would only flag those pieces, that it still seems to me that we have now, instead of a trigger, an additional determination. That's a new piece that's sort of undefined. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further board discussion? Hello? Go ahead.
I'm not quite sure why we're rushing to wordsmith this today. My impression was that the original motion that we all voted unanimously for allowed the CDE time to wordsmith these regulations in ways that carried the spirit of what our public speaker just said, as well as what the board was saying, in particular, Member Burr and Rucker. So once again, I'm not sure why we're jumping to wordsmith this thing so quickly.
This was at the request of the department. Go ahead.
Right.
So from a legal perspective, especially because there are emergency regulations, the record needs to be very clear what the board's actions were with regards to the regulations and the language. So there was a request to make some edit to the regulation. So we weren't intending to reopen the discussion on the regulation, because we think you had that discussion, but to make sure that we presented the language that reflected the motion so that the board could approve it, so that the record we submit to OAL, they will ask for a copy of your motion, and the hearing is very clear what language the board was asking for and what they approved, so that the emergency regulations can go into place. We wanted to make sure we didn't undermine that emergency rulemaking process. And that's why it came back to you with express language that we think captures the purpose of the motion.
Board Member Burr.
So I guess I'm feeling a little bit conflicted here, because while I really appreciate, I think you made a very valiant effort to try to capture what we were talking about, it does seem like there continue to be issues that may not be consistent with the kinds of supports that English learners get under the current system. And if we move forward with emergency regulations, and presumably then the field test would be administered under these regulations, as I understand it, would that, and we later find out that, yes, our speakers were right, that we weren't providing sufficient accommodations or supports. And excuse me, I apologize for the terminology, but as Member Rucker said, we've been used to a certain set of terminology. Now Smarter Balance introduces a whole nother set. But if we find out that we missed something because we got these in the emergency regs, will that somehow impair the information that we get from the field test? If we find out that, in fact, going forward, we should have been providing additional supports for English learners?
Well, first of all, I think the variations that were previously in the STAR program are captured in here. So they'll still have the same types of resources available.
But the speakers don't believe that, Diane. I guess that's what I'm
The one thing that I heard that they were concerned about is in the previous set of regulations, it said identified English learner pupils shall be permitted the following testing variations regularly used in the classroom or for assessment. And the proposed regulations don't have the in the classroom or for assessment piece added to that. But then there's a discussion around, does that limit them in terms of what can be provided?
But it wasn't just what was in the classroom. I thought I heard the instructions could be read in their primary language, which is not addressed here.
And in the check.
And what was the other one, Rigel? I'm sorry.
It's number 7 on this page.
Supervised breaks.
What staff is telling me is that it is indeed here. We'll have to.
It is number 7 on page 16. It is still in there. I think just. Mm-hmm. So I think part of here's what we're trying to do. Absent these emergency regs, students that are in the field test won't be permitted to use designated supports, accommodations, or any of the universal tools. So in the emergency reg, we're really trying to get this taken care of for the field test. And so I think part of it is we haven't had an opportunity to talk with the folks about how this should play out in the permanent regs. I think a lot of what we do in terms of the universal tools and supports is going to be tested during this field test. So what we want to make sure of is that we maximize the opportunity for English learners, students with disabilities, and every student who can access a universal tool to do so. So that's the purpose of what we're trying to do. We believe that the permanent regulation package will have a lot of comments that we will want to respond to, and obviously we'll try to do that. What we heard in the comments were two very important things. One, that the regs did not seem to lessen a school's obligation to permit these supports. So we tried to fix that with the language, with the shall be permitted. We also heard this, that we had, that in prior regs we had separated out English learners and students with disabilities, and we did it differently this time. And partly why we did it that way was to be reflective of the document that Smarters put out, which is this kind of tiered approach to how you test, right? And so it's not just about English learners or students with disabilities, but all students may need some changes in terms of how you present that test. So we tried to reflect that. And so in order to respond to your concern about that, Member Burr, we added the including English learners. So what we're trying to do, bringing this back to you, is to what we thought we heard and recognize that there are other things that will be needed to be responded to in the permanent regs. So that's what we're trying to do. We were back there.
And as I understand it, by making these changes, Council says that this is going to help them through the process, especially with OEL. Oh. One of these. So yes. So I would support this motion as it stands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have to do something today, I think, to get emergency regulations out there. So we're trying to do what we can do today, and then the other issues will have to carry over to the permanent. All right, any further discussion? Board Member Moline.
I just have a technicality question. Do we have to amend the first motion to accept this one, or it doesn't matter?
Legal counsel. The motion passed earlier. Do we need to do something with that?
Sorry.
I think we should vote to repeal the action we took. Pardon? Motion to repeal the motion we...
I guess the motion would be, I thought, can we just make it easy and just say, since I made the motion, can I just withdraw my motion? No, okay, because we voted.
It passed.
Okay. So do I make a motion to repeal the motion? I make a motion to repeal the initial motion. Reconsider.
No, rescind. You made a motion to rescind.
I make a
items 5
motion
and
to
6.
rescind the original motion
On items 5 and 6.
on items 5 and 6.
All right, is the motion seconded? Holiday seconds. Public comment. No public comment. All those in favor, raise your hands. Whoops, public comment. To rescind, yeah, the public comment on rescinding. All right, no public comment on that, then we'll raise our hands. Okay. All right, now we'll have a restated motion, or we leave them, yeah. New motion. Do you need to make that, or does Pat wants to make the motion? Yeah, I think she ought to, because, or Eileen can make it if you want.
I second.
On items 5 and 6.
I second. Including
the changes that we just received.
Second.
Okay. Now we need public comment. Eileen Strauss.
Well, we think this is a good start. Martha Zaragoza Diaz representing CABE and Californians Together. But there definitely needs to be more work done with regards to the language around the permanent regulations to this, because there still is a lot of confusion. You know, taking a look at the definition of accommodations on page 6, when Ms. Sigmund spoke earlier about how an English learner could use an accommodation or use a support or use universal tool. Now accommodations here only means specific to special ed students, right? So there needs a lot more work, and we need to have more broader discussion with CDE staff around the regs as they proceed through the permanent regulatory process. So
Yeah.
we are willing to work with CDE
On the permanent
on
regs.
the permanent regs.
Right. And we've made a good start on some of the issues today that we want to talk about. Yeah. Okay, you have the motion and the second. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, we're now done with the formal agenda. We're down to public comment on items not on any agenda. Before that, you wanted to make a general comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment at the end of this, because so many of our items today have dealt with how specific the language is and the importance of specificity in the language. And the comment I want to make is that I've noticed over probably since last fall when we adopted next generation science standards, that both the CDE and the state board often refer to California standards as the Common Core. But ELD is not part of the Common Core. It was not adopted by 26 states as part of the Common Core. It is a separate set of standards that California adopted. And in the same way, next generation science standards are not Common Core. They weren't part of that process. They weren't adopted by 45 states. So far, they've been adopted by, I think, 8 as of this point. So I just want to bring that up now so that we're all really conscious of it and aware of it when we put information into various documents, when we tell people that our districts that we expect them to implement the standards and to instruct according to the standards. It's not just the Common Core we're talking about. It's also the other standards, including ELD and next generation science standards.
Okay, now we're ready for public comment on items that are not on the agenda. We'll move that up to today to accommodate some people that may want to do it today rather than at the end of tomorrow's meeting. Are there any people that want to make a public comment on an item not on our agenda?
There's one speaker signed up, but I don't believe he's in the room. Ankar Bindra.
President Kirst, can you please clarify for the record who made the motion on the general consent, items 14 through 19? Staff doesn't seem to be able to have that in their notes.
Melina.
Okay, thank you. And who seconded? Does anyone remember?
Okay, we have no more, no public comment, or we do? Yes, we do.
Doug McRae.
Today, whether it's possible to take brief testimony on 20 tomorrow to permit flexibility in travel, et cetera. There may be a few people in the room that could get it in a matter of our 1-minute comments and have travel flexibility. That's, I think, a call of the chair.
We cannot do. Yeah. I'm told we can't do that as a procedural thing.
Yeah, it would not impact on tomorrow's testimony at all.
Okay, I now declare the board adjourned for today. We'll adjourn tomorrow at 8:30.